record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a restful night. Here we are again to resume testimony. I know that the three alternates requested more comfortable chairs. Are you more comfortable now?
Thank you.
Okay, very well. All right. Let's see. I believe the defendant is to cross-examine the witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand? All right. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Officer
Sir.
Hazard.
Sir, you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
It's Officer Hazard, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, on direct examination, you told this jury that you did not fingerprint that cab because it's a cab, right?
Because it's a cab and we knew who did the shooting.
I want to get on that second point here in a second, but do you understand the absurdity of that statement?
No.
Whose fingerprints were on the steering wheel?
Pardon?
Whose fingerprints were on the steering wheel?
I did not print the steering wheel.
Whose fingerprints were on the gear shift?
I did not print the gear shift.
Whose fingerprints were on the driver's side door?
I did not print the driver's side door. I did not print the vehicle.
You didn't print the inside of the driver's side door or the outside of the driver's side door?
That's correct.
Whose fingerprints were on the rear passenger side door?
Again, I did not print the vehicle.
So you don't know who touched that car, who went in or out of that car that night?
No.
Who touched the passenger side door on the front seat?
I did not print the vehicle.
Who touched the windows?
Again, I did not print the vehicle.
Whose fingerprints were on the dashboard?
I did not print the vehicle.
Whose fingerprints were on the center console?
I did not print the vehicle.
Whose fingerprints were on the wall outside the driver's side door?
I did not print the wall.
This is the only crime scene that law enforcement was able to identify.
Correct.
And you didn't think it was important to collect every single piece of possible evidence at that crime scene when you have the loss of life of two young girls.
I did. When I with the 911 call said, my dad shot me. We've got a taxi cab that anybody's fingerprint could be on, or nobody's fingerprint could be on.
And you didn't print it.
I didn't print it.
Okay. Let's talk about that 911 call. I was going to wait a little bit to get into that, but this is an excellent time. Did you hear the 911 call?
I heard the 911 call in, let's see, last Friday, I think,
Last Friday.
or last Monday.
Last Monday. Not on January 1st, 2008.
No.
When did you first hear about the 911 call?
At the scene.
At the scene. When at the scene?
When I arrived,
Who told you about the call?
I don't know, it was one of the officers.
So you don't know who told you what a 911 call said that you had never heard before.
It was 12 years ago, and I don't remember who told me, but they told me what the circumstances were.
And based on a statement from someone you don't know or you can't remember on a recording that you never heard, you decided to conduct this investigation at the only crime scene of a double murder.
Yes.
Whose fingerprints were on the magazine of the gun that you found in the driver's side door?
I did not print the magazine.
Never.
Never.
You didn't print anything.
That's correct.
Does the same go for your DNA analysis of the scene?
I didn't do any DNA analysis of the scene.
Of course not. Did you do any gunshot residue analysis of the scene?
No, I did not.
Nothing.
The gunshot residue would be done at the medical examiner's office. I didn't have the shooter to do.
So when you told the jury that there was gunshot residue and burn marks on one of the victim's bodies, you had no
That you
basis
can
for
see.
that statement.
That you can see.
So you were able to notate what you could see, but you didn't think it was important to collect that evidence from anywhere else in the vehicle?
Where else would I collect it?
Well, if the gun was fired in the vehicle, would there be residue in the vehicle?
There could be.
But but we don't know. Correct?
Should,
Because you did not do that part of your investigation.
I think it's apparent that the gun was fired in the vehicle.
Let's talk about the trajectories.
Okay?
What peer-reviewed, scientifically backed data do you use to create those trajectories?
It's common sense.
You just eyeball it.
It's common sense. If you have a hole here and a hole here, and you put a rod through it, it's pretty simple.
So you just eyeballed it.
Yes.
You just eyeballed it.
I don't know how else you would do it.
And so that's how you came to the conclusion that you know where the shots were fired from.
The rod shows you where the shots are fired from.
No,
From what
gunshot
direction?
residue would have helped you tell where that shot was fired from, but you didn't collect that, did you?
How would that happen?
Is it your testimony today, the crime scene investigator, that there would not be gunshot residue in a vehicle where you believe murders were committed?
No, that's not my testimony.
On direct examination, you also talked about the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
You said it takes a couple hours to acquire that search warrant.
Yes.
You said it's great because it lets us do our job.
Yes. Correct.
Did you start breaking that vehicle down and
No.
searching it before you had the warrant?
No.
What did you do for the few hours between when you asked for that warrant and were issued the warrant?
I searched the whole parking lot and that area of that building. We also checked on a videotape.
As a crime scene investigator, would it be prudent to identify the location of every single surveillance camera on that property?
Yes.
Did you locate the surveillance cameras on that property?
I located the only one on the outside.
The only one, it's your testimony right now after reviewing the surveillance video that there's only one camera at the Omni Hotel in Las Colinas that has an exterior surveillance video feed.
Yes.
So if we were to play a 16-panel surveillance video that you acquired, that you seized in your report, that shows multiple exterior video feeds?
No, there's two. There's two.
Well, two's more than one.
I'm talking about what's in this area.
No. You just testified to the jury that there was one outdoor surveillance, and now you're saying there's two. How many others are there?
There's two views of the outside, and all the rest of them are of the inside.
And why find those surveillance videos from that night important to your investigation? Did you see anything of significance on those surveillance videos?
I did not.
Since you know so much about the 911, that call came in at 7:33,
Amen.
but you know what it says.
Yes.
And you based your investigation on a 911 call that you don't know when it came in or anything else. You're just, someone told me something, and so this is the investigation I did.
Yes.
Is that your typical protocol in this situation?
Yes, it is.
Is that your typical procedure?
I've never had a crime scene yet where we had the victim call in and say, "My dad shot me. I'm dying."
Are you aware that the 911 dispatcher to this day cannot identify the declarant in that 911 call?
I'm sorry, Camp. What?
Are you aware, do you know, have you heard, are you aware that the 911 dispatcher who took that call and was on that phone to
Objection,
this day
comparative
has not
testimony.
identified the declarant?
What was your objection?
Excuse me, on comparative testimony?
Your Honor asked if he knew, and if he
Oh.
doesn't know. Do you know that?
So what was the question again?
Do you know that the 911 dispatcher who took that call to this day has not been able to identify the declarant?
Has not been able to identify the what?
Declarant, the person making the call. Do you understand?
That it.
The person who made the statement that you keep referring to.
Yes.
You know, that's a declarant.
Okay.
Okay. The caller.
You say because he doesn't know who she is?
Officer Hatter,
Yes.
do you know that to this day, the 911 dispatcher who took that call is not able to possibly identify the person who made that call?
I don't know that.
Okay. Do you know that to this day, the 911 dispatcher who took that call, who was on the phone, not listening to recordings later, did not hear her clearly say, my dad did this?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, do you?
No.
Do you know that he heard her say that she was dying?
I don't know what he heard. I know what I heard.
So you base this entire investigation on a 911 call that you don't know anything about?
I know what I was told at the scene, and yes, that's what I based it on.
As you testified on direct examination, that's because you knew you had your target, right?
Pardon?
You had your suspect?
I know what, yes,
You had your target.
yes. Now, I wouldn't call him a target.
You ever been part of a murder investigation where the first person suspected isn't the one who did the crime?
Yes,
Do you think it's important to eliminate all other potential suspects in a murder investigation?
yes.
And yet you just chose to bypass that process in this situation?
No,
No, you just relied on a 911 call you didn't know anything about, and you didn't fingerprint the cab because it's a cab, and you didn't get DNA evidence or gunshot residue from the cab because it's a cab, right?
that's not the reason.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. State,
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
Subject
Yes,
to-
Your Honor.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay,
We agree.
thank you. You're free to leave. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Patricia Owens.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
This mask, okay, so this will go on your chin, this will go over your, so it'll cover the bottom of your mouth, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, they may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Owens, I need you to and spell your name for the court reporter, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Patricia Owens.
You help her with her mask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia, can you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is PRICIAOWENS.
And your, Owens is your maiden name?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your married name is Saeed.
Yeah.
All right. Can you pull the mic?
Sure.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Owens.
I am from Dallas, Texas.
Okay, what city did you grow up in?
In the ATB area.
HEB area? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're gonna have to, I know it's a mask, it's so difficult, I'm gonna have to ask you to speak up just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right, or pull that mic as close as you can. All right, so you're from the HEB area, that's where you grew up with your siblings, is that
Yes,
true?
ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, how old were you, Yaser Saeed?
When I met him, I was 14.
You were 14?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you meet him?
At a convenience store.
Store?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, was the convenience store close to where you lived?
Yes, it was just right next door.
All right, did you live in an apartment or a house?
Apartment.
Okay, how many people in the apartment?
There were 6 of us.
6 of you, okay? And how big was the apartment? 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom?
It was a 2-bedroom.
It was a 2-bedroom apartment, okay? Did you also come to know Yaser's younger brother, Yasin Saeed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you know him before you knew Yaser Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you briefly date Yasin Saeed?
Yes, ma'am. Five or 6 months.
5 or 6 months, okay? Is this when you were 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you around 14 when you met his older brother, Yaser Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how old Yaser was when you met him?
I believe he was 28.
28.
Yes.
So he's 15 years older than you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you and Yaser get married?
Yes, ma'am.
Saeed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long did you date before you got married?
3 weeks, right? 3 weeks.
Around 3 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the time you got married, how old were you?
15.
At the time you got married, how old was Yaser Saeed?
29.
Okay. Did you have to get permission from your parents to marry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had a wedding?
Yes, ma'am.
You got a wedding dress?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you got your wedding dress from? Okay. All right. When you married at 15 to this with him,
Yes.
okay. Where did you move to?
North Richmond Hill.
Richland Hills. Was it just you and Mr. Saeed? Your honeymoon bliss?
No, ma'am. It was other Saeed family members.
Other Saeed members. Okay. How many other people were living in that house when you moved in with him married?
8. I believe it was 8 of us.
Okay. Everyone connected to Mr. Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you married, what was the date of your wedding? Do you recall?
February 1987.
February 7th, 1987.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your
March 10th, 1988.
1988.
Yes, ma'am.
Going 9 months back, that would have meant you got pregnant around May or June of 1987.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so around 3 to 4 months of marriage, at 15, you're pregnant with your first child. All right? Your second child, what is this? Islam Saeed. First child.
Yes, ma'am.
A son.
Yes, ma'am.
His name is Islam Yaser Saeed. Is that right?
His name on his birth certificate is Islam Yaser Fatal Saeed.
Okay. And then you proceed to have your second child.
Yes,
Got
ma'am.
Amina.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how old? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Patricia, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 64. Do you recognize this person in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is this?
This is a picture of me.
And how old were you about when this picture was taken?
About 14 years old.
14?
Yes, ma'am.
15?
Somewhere in there, yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 64.
State's Exhibit number 64 for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I call this to the jury?
You may.
In 1987, when you met and married Yaser Saeed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your second child,
March 1990.
March again in 19, well, I'm sorry, your second,
Oh, Amina.
yes,
March 2nd, 1989.
okay. So 1 year later, you have your second child. You're around 16 and a half,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? And then your third child, Sarah, when is she born?
March 16, 1990.
All right, so 1 year later, when you're around 17 or 18 years old, you have your third child.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the whole time, are you living with your family?
Yes.
After you get married, do you continue school?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you get your GED?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What do you do after you get married to Yaser Saeed? Do you take care of the children?
Yes, ma'am. I take care of the children, and I worked outside the home.
You did? Where did you work?
At the Dollar General.
At the Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you work anywhere else?
As years went by, yeah.
As years went by. Okay.
Yeah.
Where did Yaser Saeed work?
When he did work, he would drive a taxi.
Okay. Even as far back as 1987?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or, let me correct that if
Sure.
I'm allowed. It was basically in the 90s when he started.
It was in the 90s?
Yeah,
Okay.
when he started driving the taxi.
Working at that convenience store when you met him?
Uh,
Y'all seen? Okay, so he was working at a convenience store as well.
Yes, he, the same thing. Yes, ma'am.
All right. But he didn't hold down a steady job?
No.
Okay. And so he moved to Hill County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's, what town do you live in Hill County?
Covington.
Covington?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And who is living in Hill County at this time?
Yaser, myself, Amina, Sarah, and Islam.
It's the 5 of you.
Well, his brother and his wife and kids lived there for a short period of time.
Okay, which brother, do you remember?
Yusri.
Yusri. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How many brothers does he have?
He has 3 brothers.
3 brothers. So with him, anyways.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So Yusri also lived there for a little while.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the fall of 1998, when you're living in Hill County, do your girls, and I'll just say yes or no answer, do your girls make an outcry to you?
Yes.
I would object this time. May we approach?
You may.
Okay, thank you. May I continue?
You may.
Okay, Patricia, did the girls, your two girls, I mean, when you were living in Hill County? Just a yes or no answer.
Yes.
All right, and did this outcry have to do with, Mr. with the girls claiming that Yaser Saeed had, touched them inappropriately in a sexual way?
Yes.
All right, what did you do with that information? Without going into any specific details, did you call the police?
We did make a report, yes.
You made a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who did you go to make that report?
The Hill County Sheriff's Department?
Okay, you went to the Hill County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was an investigation done? Did they talk to the girls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do? Do you and Islam, Sarah, and Amina move out of Hill County?
Yes.
All right. So you leave Yaser Saeed in the fall of 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall where you moved to?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
Duncanville.
Duncanville. Who was living in Duncanville?
My sister.
Your sister. Is that your sister Connie?
Yes.
So you lived with your sister, you and the 3 children.
Yes.
Were you contacted by Yaser Saeed or his brother Yasin Saeed during the time that you were living, that you had left him? You can't remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he talk to you while you were, excuse me, living in Duncanville?
Yes. He would call my mom's phone.
Okay. He called your mom's phone? In Duncanville?
No.
Okay. So he only knew about your mom, where your mom lived.
Yes.
Where did your mom live at the time?
In Garland.
In Garland. So he would call your mom's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was Yasin, the brother, also trying to get in touch with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point during this open investigation, do you call Garland police regarding a threat that Yaser had made?
Yes.
All right. Would that have been around November 11th,
Yes, ma'am.
1998?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time we can say,
Noted. Thank you.
can we have a running objection on this, Your Honor, as we've cited multiple times throughout the trial?
That's fine.
Okay. So by the girls to you in Hill County was in October of 1998.
Yes, ma'am.
And you move to Duncanville
Yes, ma'am.
after you make the report. And on or about November 11th of 1998, you make a report with the Garland Police Department. And Garland is where your mother is living,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And that's how Yaser to you because your mother, and if you're you can call over there,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Did you actually have Mr. Saeed during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And during that time, the reason that, why did you make, what were you reporting to Garland PD? What was he threatening to do? What did he want from you?
He wanted
Did he want you to do anything about the against him?
yeah, about those charges.
Okay. Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, but do you recall going to Garland and giving a statement to the Garland police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. May I approach? Okay. Mrs. Owens, I want to show you this. Does this look familiar to you? Do you need to put your glasses on?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a statement that you signed?
Yes.
And you signed it on November of 1998,
Yes, ma'am.
November 18th?
As I recall.
Did this statement help you refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were you able to read it in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And according to this statement, what is Yaser wanting you to do?
He wants me to come back to him. Can I, may I please receive?
Just take your time,
Okay.
Ms. Owens. Read your statement. November 18th, 1998. Okay. And in this statement, what did Mr. Saeed want you to do?
They're trying to enter this statement in, guise of a memory refresh. She stated that she doesn't recall. She stated what she did recall. When she refreshed on this, she still did not put mistakes on it. So no matter how many times she reads it, I believe that these are actual memories of those things.
Overruled.
Mrs. Owens, what do you want you to do?
Back to him. If I do not go back to him, he's done in my family.
Okay, he threatened to kill you and your family. Okay. And did he to kill you for filing charges on him and
Your Honor, I would object. The state is continuing to lead this witness down this path. The witness can remember what she remembers. She can testify to that memory. They can obviously refresh her memory as needed, but they need to quit leading the state down this path.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. In this statement, what did he say he would do to you?
That he would kill me.
Okay. And what would happen to him?
What would happen to him? I really don't remember.
Ms. Owens, can you speak up a little bit?
Yes.
Can you pull the
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Owens, do you recall stating, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mrs. Owens, when you read this statement,
Mm-hmm.
when you refresh your memory as to what he threatened you and what he said he would do.
May I hear or out loud?
First. Okay. Now, you've already stated that he threatened he would kill you if you didn't drop the charges.
Yes.
Leading.
Oh, just
And that if you didn't drop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In this statement, did he say what would happen to him?
He said nothing would happen to him.
Nothing would happen to him.
Nothing would happen to him.
Okay, and why?
I don't remember, ma'am.
First witness, Your Honor.
you may.
Mrs. Owens. Can you read the statement again? So you can tell the jury what would happen to him. Where would he go and what would he do? Okay. Mrs. Owens, this is a statement that you wrote.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
remember writing the statement?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you signed the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer State's Exhibit 247 into evidence as a prior consistent statement.
I would object, Your Honor, this is a hearsay statement, the witness testimony will be the best source of that information. If she does not recall, she does not recall. And it also goes back to the original arguments that we've made about the admissibility of these statements, the credibility of those statements, the relevancy, the balancing act that it's unduly prejudicial, with very little probative value under 403. And so under 401, 402, 403, and additionally 404, based on the predicate and the testimony of this witness, we would ask that this statement and any other extraneous acts based on this information be stricken from the record and that she not be allowed to go into it.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, the State's response is, I have given her ample opportunities to refresh her memory, her very long, old memory, on this statement, State's Exhibit, that's a sworn statement that she wrote. And at this, you cannot recall this or the time that has passed. She cannot recall. I would like to get the statement into evidence as a prior consistent statement.
Brief response.
And it is relevant. It is directly relevant to the sequence of events in this case.
Defense is, to say, sir,
Yes, Your Honor.
go ahead.
As we all know, the rules of evidence go to the credibility of that evidence. So the rules, in this situation has fallen apart. And because the credibility of these allegations is determine the credibility based on the witness's testimony, the multiple refreshes, and that it would be inappropriate to enter this hearsay document into evidence to support their 404 extraneous offense test.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. Go ahead, counsel. Continue with your, chief.
Okay. Is there a ruling on this?
I'll take that under advisement.
Okay, so you just want me to continue?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Owens. So, report ultimately, though, you dropped those charges, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Of the retaliation.
Yes, ma'am.
During this time, and before you dropped the charges on the retaliation, and while the Hill County charges are pending, do you also apply for a protective officer site for the girls?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in 1998,
I believe so.
filed in October of 1998, is that
Yes.
correct?
I believe so.
All right, and you did this application for a protective order in Dallas, where you were living at the time, in Garland, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just for clarification, Hill County charges in October of 1998. You applied for a protective order in October of 1998.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is
I
just for
apologize for being
clarification.
so here, but the state needs to stop leading this witness and telling her her testimony. She either recalls or she does not recall. And telling her the prompts to the answers is inappropriate. It's leading, and we object that they should be asking her appropriate questions for direct examination unless they're hostile. And then allow them to cross-examine her.
Sustained. Leading the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. After you applied for the protective order, in Dallas County, clarify the retaliation charges were in November, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. The retaliation charge,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, in late 98, early 1999,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you never went through with the protective order in late 98 and 1999.
True. Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to Yaser site?
Yes.
Did you bring the girls back to Yaser site?
Yes.
Okay. And Islam as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the girls ultimately recant the charges of any kind of sexual abuse? Did you take them to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those charges dropped?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to live with Yaser Saeed? Did you go back?
At what point?
I'm sorry?
At what point are you?
After the protective order
Okay.
and retaliation, why did you go back?
Actually,
You were scared not to go back.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were you, what about? What did you think was going to happen to you?
Yes,
Okay. You're getting hurt.
yes, ma'am.
Speaking with him, guys, we're going to jump ahead a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this would have been around 2005, 2006?
Yes, ma'am.
During the time between 1998 and 2005 and 2006, did you leave Yaser? Can you recall?
Can you repeat the question?
Just during this time from when you went back to him in around 1999 until living in Bedford around 2005 and 2006, did you leave Yaser during any of that period of that time?
Your Honor, I cannot object to leaving.
Overruled.
Yes,
You had left him before?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you went?
To my mom's?
To your mom's. Okay. Okay. Did you leave him more than once during that period of time?
I've left him several times.
Would you take the kids with you?
Yes.
Why did you leave him?
He was patrolling, abusive.
Okay. And the same question, why would you go back?
Scared.
Okay. When you were would go to your mom's with the kids, were you working?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you gotta keep speaking up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. When you were living with Yaser Saeed, was he working?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Okay, alright. But there was some income coming in for you and the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Around 2005 and 2006, Amina and Sarah would have been 15, 16?
Yes.
Okay, and you were living in Bedford?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did they go to school?
Amina was in Trinity High School, and Sarah went to Harwood Junior High.
Okay. And when you, at that time, did the girls start taking karate classes?
Amina did.
Amina started taking
Yes, ma'am.
karate classes?
Yes.
Okay. Did Sarah go along at first?
She went to one class, but she wasn't really into.
All right. Who would take them to karate?
At first, I would, and then Amina got a car, and she would drive herself.
Okay, all right. Did she get a boyfriend around that time? Or start talking to a... Were you aware of it?
Yes.
Were Amina and Sarah allowed to date?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, ma'am.
No.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did you tell Yaser that she had met a boy at the karate class?
No.
All right. And why not?
He wouldn't allow it.
He wasn't going to allow it?
No.
But the girls would tell you if they were seeing someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if Yaser became aware of her dating Joseph at the karate class?
Amina and Joseph wasn't like dating boyfriend, girlfriend. They were like friends.
They were
like,
friends.
Like, you know, like if I was, like if I had a friend that was a guy,
Okay.
but they weren't like boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Well, did Yaser become aware that she was hanging out with this guy, Joseph?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
At some point, did you move to Louisville around this time?
We did move to Louisville, yes.
Okay. And this was, do you remember when?
I'm gonna say 2006.
Okay. But it was during the girl's school year?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was around the time that she was seeing this Joseph kid. Would that be true? The karate classes?
Yes.
And Yaser Saeed made the decision to uproot the entire family and move from Bedford to Louisville, correct?
Yes.
Did he give a reason why to you?
That he wanted to move closer to his job.
His job, what was his job?
At that time he was driving a taxi.
Okay. And when you moved to Louisville, where did the girls go to school?
Louisville, to Louisville High School,
Okay.
and Sarah went to Louisville High.
Were the girls good in school?
Yes, they was.
Okay. Did they seem to like it?
Oh, they loved it.
All right. But during this time, were they
No, ma'am.
okay? And they're 16, 17 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
18?
Yes, ma'am.
So during their young life, they never went to a movie with a boy?
Amina went to Joseph's grandmother's birthday party.
Okay. Mr. Saeed didn't know about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She told you,
Yes, ma'am.
and you guys kept it from... And then, they never picked him up and take him...
No.
That wouldn't have been allowed?
No.
All the time that they're at Louisville
Kroger.
Doing at Kroger.
I was a GM clerk and front end clerk.
Can you say that again?
I was a GM clerk and a front end clerk.
Okay. Did you say GM clerk?
Yeah.
Okay. Girls start working there.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work working there while they were in high school?
Yes.
Okay. Did the girls end up meeting boyfriends at the Kroger?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did Sarah meet?
Eric.
Did he work there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who did Amina meet?
Edgar.
All right. How did she meet Edgar?
He was a customer.
He was a customer. Okay. Again, dating these boys. As far as you knew, was you aware of it? Was you approved?
Yes.
Okay. Did you keep?
Yes, I did.
How the girls would see Sarah would see Edgar, or I'm sorry, Eric at work, but how would Amina see Edgar?
I mean, it wasn't a program, a work program, where she could go like in the mornings and leave, get out early to go to work.
Okay. And that would be the times that
And-
she would.
And that would be the times that Edgar would be, and then when it was time for school to go get out, he would drop her back off at school.
Okay. Okay. Because he was in college at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you like both boys?
I did.
All right. Were they polite to you?
Very.
Very?
Yes,
Just-
ma'am.
Okay. And you thought they were appropriate to date your daughters? You liked them well enough?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what Mr. Saeed would do if he found out they were dating?
I really didn't. I mean, I just thought he would like punish them, like take like their phone away or something like that.
Okay.
But
All right. But it was enough for you. It was enough for you not to him, though. Correct?
yes,
So just taking the phone away is a punishment granted, but y'all actively kept this from him. True?
we kept it going. Yes.
Okay. Okay. At some point, let's see, we're now in the fall of 2007. Y'all are working at Kroger and the girls are dating Edgar and Eric,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Getting close to December of 2007, did he at some point look at any phone bills?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about what month that was, or how close to the murders?
I'm gonna say that within 34 months.
Okay.
He
Was
had,
there some bill that he didn't like?
he would call the phone. He would get like Amina's phone and dial the number to one of her contacts, and it answered. So he would write beside it boy. If a girl answered, he would write girl, and he did it to all of the phone bill.
Okay, so he was going through the phone bill, seeing if there were boys or girls on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, or were you there? Did he confront Amina or Sarah about dating either Edgar or Eric?
No.
Okay. All right. So in December of 2007, the girls decided they want to run away.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you find out about this?
They told me.
They told you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you recall when this was?
It was in December. I believe it was a week before Christmas.
A week or so before Christmas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they tell you why they wanted to run away?
Because they wanted to be able to do or date Eddie and Eric, or Edgar and Eric.
Okay, Eddie being Edgar.
Yes.
Okay. They wanted to date them.
Yes.
Did they give you any other reasons?
Just David.
Why did they feel like they needed to run away from home?
Objecting.
Why? Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Why?
Because Yaser, we thought Yaser found out that they were dating the boys.
Okay. What were they scared he would do?
I'm not for sure.
They were scared enough to run away.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the plan? Did anything happen specifically right before to make the girls want to leave?
I don't remember.
Okay. They didn't tell you about anything specific that made them want to leave?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They said they were going to run away.
Was there was it a handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so after this threat with the gun, and did they tell you why he threatened them with the gun?
No, she didn't say why they threatened her with a gun.
All right. Did you confront Yaser Saeed about what he did to the girls?
No, I knew better not to, because then he would have got abusive toward me.
Okay. You knew better not to.
Yes.
To run away, and by that, what did you put in place to run away?
I told the girls to put clothes in a trash bag.
Okay, you gotta speak up on this.
Oh.
This is important. You
I'm
told the
sorry.
girls to put clothes in the trash bag.
Yes, so
Why?
that, so when we just could grab the bags and throw them in the car and leave.
Okay. And you thought this would be less suspicious to the defendant. Why?
Because we would donate clothes to the needy,
Okay.
so,
You told the girls to put the clothes in the trash bags because it would be less suspicious because he would think you're donating clothes.
yes.
Okay. And what were you waiting on? What were you waiting on in order to get out?
For him to leave to go to work.
Okay. Did he work here and there?
He just worked whenever he wanted.
Okay. But it was important for you for him to be out of the house when y'all left.
Yes.
How many days did it take for him to finally go to work?
I believe it was 4.
4 days? And what day did he finally go to work?
Christmas Day.
All right, around what time?
It was in the evening.
Okay, evening,
Yes.
dark out.
Yes.
Okay. And Edgar and Eric were involved in this plan?
Yes.
So all right, Islam is in the house. Does he know about this plan?
No.
Does anybody tell him?
No.
Why not?
Because we knew that he would contact his dad and tell them where we were.
Okay, so you don't tell your son, they don't tell their brothers, because he would have contacted Yaser Saeed.
Yes, ma'am.
So Islam's there though, on Christmas Day in the evening after Yaser goes to work.
Yes.
What do you tell him?
That we was going to go to Quick Trip and get a drink.
Go get a drink.
Yeah,
Okay, so you lied to your son,
I did not to my son.
right, to get the girls out of there.
Yes.
Whose car do you get into?
I got into a Honda.
Is that your car?
It was, Mawson and Mary gave it to me.
Okay. You were
And
driving that
I
car?
was driving the car, yes.
The car you were driving?
Yes.
Did you take any money?
Yeah, I did.
How much money?
I believe it was $4,000.
$4,000.
Yes.
That Mr. Saeed kept?
Yes.
Okay, but y'all are married?
Yes.
Okay. You took $4,000
Yes.
and the bags of clothes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are you doing okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. When you, where do you go?
We put the car in to Eddie's garage.
Okay, that'd be Edgar.
Edgar.
Ruiz.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then from there, we left and went to,
Hold on one second. Who all left in Eddie's car?
Eddie, Eric, Amina, Sarah, and myself.
Okay. And where do y'all head?
Oklahoma,
Okay, but then you detour to,
Kansas.
why? Why?
We were gonna go stay with one of my aunts,
What's your aunt's name?
Jill.
All right, and do you get to the aunt's house?
Yes.
All right, once you get to the aunt's house, what do y'all decide as a group?
That we wasn't gonna stay there. That the place we was gonna stay was not livable.
Okay, all right, so where do y'all take off to?
We go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right, and what do you do when you get to Tulsa?
We found an apartment and rented it.
Can you say that again?
We rented an apartment.
You rented an apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long are you in this apartment?
Mm, We stayed 2 nights there,
Okay,
and then we came back to Dallas.
all right. You know, let me back up.
Okay.
In talking about the preparation of this travel,
Mhm.
you did the clothes, and you got the money.
Mhm.
Did you do anything with your phones?
Yes, I did. Yes, we did.
What did you do with the phones?
We took the SIM cards out and we broke them.
And you broke your SIM cards?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get a burner phone?
We got when we got to Oklahoma, we got a prepaid.
A prepaid phone?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That you could communicate with if you needed to?
Yes.
Okay. While you're in Oklahoma, are you getting messages from Yaser Saeed or Yasin Saeed
Yes, ma'am.
on your phone?
They was calling Amina's phone and my phone and leaving messages on a voicemail.
Okay, so even without the SIM card, they could leave messages?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Yaser Saeed saying to you on those messages?
That they come back home, that was the girls in my home, and if we didn't want him there, he would leave. And then Yasin, he said that go home, that's your house, and Yaser, agreed that if we did not want him there, that he would leave.
Okay. They said everything will be okay.
Yes.
Everything will be all right
Yes.
if you come home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he say he would be better, that he would change?
He just basically all he said was trying to convince me to come back.
Trying to convince you to come back?
Mhm.
Okay. During this time as well, are you in contact with your sister Connie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does Connie relate to you that something about the Louisville Police Department?
Yes, I had reported me and Amina missing.
Okay. Not Sarah, you and Amina? Okay. And did she give you anything?
They pointed to me and anything. She said, call Louisville.
Okay, and did you do so?
I did.
Full detective?
He asked if I was okay and if the girls was okay and if Sarah was with us. And I said we are okay. And yes, Sarah was with us. And he asked where I was and I told him and he said okay.
Okay. Did you tell him not to contact you again? Or that you wouldn't contact him again?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. You then, a few days later, do decide to go back to Dallas. Why did you make this decision?
Because Amina had and Sarah, they only had a few more months of school, and we were scared that it would mess up her credits to, go to the college that she wanted to go to. So we decided to go and let her go back to school and get in. And then when she graduated, we were going to go back to the apartment that we had rented in Oklahoma.
Can you say that last part again?
After she graduated high school, we were going to move back to Oklahoma.
Okay. But where were you going to live while they were in school?
We in the house in Louisville.
With Yaser?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it Yaser Saeed that told you that the girls needed to come back and finish school?
He said they need to come because school's important, and I said I know. But
Okay. So he's the one that brought this up to you?
yes,
Okay. So he told you everything would be all right and the girls needed to be back in school?
yes, and that he would leave.
Did he know you had taken that $4,000?
Yes.
What did he say about it?
He was mad about it.
Say to you regarding it?
That he couldn't trust me, and that's I can't remember everything he said.
Okay. Were the girls reluctant to go back? They didn't want to go back, but on the other hand, they did because they wanted to finish the school year. Okay. So they were conflicted.
Yeah.
Were they scared to go back?
They didn't say that they were scared. The way that Yasin and Yaser had left the messages and talked, like I didn't think anything would happen.
Okay.
You
What
know,
do you mean the way they talked? What do you mean by that?
like, they were trying to be nice and convince, us that everything's gonna be okay. It's, just come back and finish school.
Okay. So how do you guys get back to Dallas? Who's with who?
Me, Sarah, Eddie, not Eddie, I'm sorry, Eric, was in, I believe Amina was in a truck with us too.
Okay. Is
And
Eddie still in Dallas?
Eddie was on his way, was in Dallas.
I'm sorry, Louisville?
Yes.
When you get back to the Louisville area, what do you do? Where do you drop? Do you drop Eric off? What do you do?
I dropped Eric off and then we went to the Denny's and we met Yaser and Islam at the Denny's.
Okay. But before you go to the Denny's where Yaser and Islam are, do you drop Amina off at Eddie's place?
Yes.
And you do that because Amina asked you to drop her off at Eddie's place?
Yes.
She wanted to be with Eddie.
Yes.
She didn't want to go home.
They were going to Eddie's families for New Year's.
Okay.
So they were having a cookout and she wanted to go.
Okay. So you and Sarah meet Yaser and Islam at Denny's?
Yes.
Okay, and this is New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. how does Yaser act when you get there?
He acted like himself.
What do you mean himself? Was he nice?
Yeah, he was nice, and
What did he do? How did he greet you?
he came in and sat down, and then started talking to Sarah, asking Sarah how was she, and that he was glad that she's back.
He was glad she was back?
Mhm.
Okay. He went to Denny's often, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys go anywhere after that? After going to Denny's? The four of you. You, Islam, Sarah, and Yaser, Saeed.
We went back to the house in Nashville.
Does he reward Sarah by getting her a new SIM card?
Yes.
So you did go somewhere after the Denny's?
The next day.
The next day, I'm sorry. Okay. So she gets her SIM card for her phone?
Yes.
Okay, to replace the one that y'all had broken?
Yes.
Okay. And how was he acting during the night and into the next day?
The next day, like he had a habit of chewing on the side of his cheek, and he would do that. But
what did that indicate to you?
that
Why are you bringing that up?
That's one sign that when he was angry.
That's how you knew he was becoming more angry, so he would chew the inside of his cheek?
Mm-hmm.
So you would look for those signs?
Yes.
Okay. Did he start doing that on January 1st? I'm sorry. Did
Okay.
you understand my question?
I
Do I need to
did.
ask it again?
Please.
Okay. He started doing that more on January 1st, chewing on his cheek?
Yes.
That you were aware of?
Yes.
Did he ask you where Amina was?
Yes.
Did you tell him?
I told him that she was with her friend.
You didn't tell him that she was with a boy?
No.
Okay. How do you explain where you were when you ran away to Yaser, when you were at Denny's? How do you explain it? What do you say that y'all did?
He asked where we went, and I just told him to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then to Kansas.
Okay. And you don't mention the boys at all to him?
No.
Do you know if Sarah does?
He questioned Sarah. I don't know what he asked them.
You say he questioned Sarah. What do you mean? He took her into a room?
Like, they were they sat at the table and was talking, and Yaser likes to be outside. So, when, Sarah went outside, they were talking, and he talked to her in the bedroom.
Okay, so he had her alone outside, and then he had her alone in her and Amina's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, were you included in this conversation?
No, ma'am.
You were not part of that conversation?
No, ma'am.
Did Sarah come to you after that and tell you what was said?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know if she told or confided in Yaser Saeed that she had had sex with her boyfriend?
I don't know.
Okay. But how long would you say they were talking in either outside or in a bedroom? Was it a while?
Like, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour. But when Sarah was, after she would talk with him for some time, he could be laughing.
Okay. So he was being kind to her.
Be nice with her.
All right. Now, at some point, Amina's still not home at this point.
Correct.
Okay. Are you in communication with Amina?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what are you asking her to do?
To ask her if she was ready to come home.
Okay. And she didn't want to come home?
No.
Did you ask Sarah to contact her?
No, I did not. But Sarah had contacted each other.
Okay. To come home or tell Amina to call you?
No.
How many days you had today, January 1, 2008?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. And during those times, are you asking her when she's coming home?
No, I asked her on a couple of times, when does she want me to pick her up?
Okay. And you,
She'd call me when she got.
okay. At some point, you do go over to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To Eddie's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go inside?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And y'all all have a conversation with Eddie, Amina, and Eddie's parents. Is that correct?
We don't have when it got in, when we went in, we were leaving, and he said, told Amina to call him later. Said okay, and then she had the camera that you could put, I guess, some clip in, and she threw it here. That would be.
What was she?
Well, I think because she was going back to the house.
Back to the house.
No, she did not.
Why did you bring her back to that house, Patricia?
Because she wanted to finish her school.
Okay. You knew she did not want to go home.
I knew it.
Her dad.
Mm-hmm. I knew it.
And you went and got her anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Yaser asking where she was?
Yes, sir, asked her she was.
Did you tell him that she was with a boy?
No.
So the reason you went to get her is because he didn't know where she was and you didn't want him to know.
Exactly.
But why bring him?
So that she can go ahead and finish her schooling.
Ms. Owens, this is a tough question, but Amina knew what could happen to her.
Yes.
Did you comprehend what could happen to her?
I did. A part of me did. A part of me didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. When you get home, how does he greet Amina, Yaser Saeed?
He come to the door, opened the door, and he kissed her on the forehead, and I seen a tear go down his cheek. And he hugged her, and she come in.
Do
No,
you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, what happened next?
She said she was hungry, so I said, okay, well, I'll warm you some pizza up. And she said, Esther said, no, I'm going to take them and we're going to eat dinner and talk.
Okay. And what time was this? Around what time was this?
I'm going to say around 7. I'm not completely sure exactly
Okay.
what time.
Evening time?
Yes.
6 or 7?
Yes.
Okay. And where are they going to go eat?
At the Jenny's.
At the Denny's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you invited?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask to go?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say?
No, he just wanted to talk to the girls.
Okay. Is Islam home at this time as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he doesn't go to the Denny's?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is Yaser Saeed driving a taxi at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what color is it?
Orange.
Is it the normal taxi that he would drive?
He was sharing with some other cab driver.
He would share with somebody?
Yes.
Okay. Did he and the girls get in this orange taxi?
Yes.
Okay. And they took off for Denny's around 6:37.
Somewhere there, yes.
Okay. What do you do?
I just sat there with Islam,
Okay.
and then
At some point, do you contact Yaser on the
yes,
phone?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you contact him on the phone?
I was just calling because to see maybe he, you know, me and there's some people go and join them. So,
Does he answer the phone when you call?
yes,
He does?
yes.
Okay. Do you have a conversation?
Yes, I did. I asked him, where they were and if they, you know, if he want, you know, if we can come to Denny's.
Okay.
Uh,
Let me back up just a little bit.
okay.
Where is this Denny's that y'all would go to?
I don't remember. I think it was off of 635. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Was it fairly close to you?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, there's several Denny's.
Yeah.
Was it one that was fairly close to you?
yes,
Okay. All right. So you're talking about the Denny's. Does he invite you at this point?
no.
Okay. Has your conversation long or short?
Well, when I talked to him, he said he's putting gas and they'd be on their way home.
Okay. So they weren't going to go to Denny's.
No, well, he said he was taking them to Denny's.
Okay.
So,
Well, when you contacted him, you said he was putting gas in his car?
yes,
He was putting gas in his car.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then he would be home shortly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take that to mean that he was going to get gas, then go to Denny's, then bring them home?
No, I just assumed that he was putting gas and gonna come back to the house.
Okay. Do you and Islam stay at the house?
Yes,
Okay. And do you call Yaser back?
yes,
Yaser Saeed?
yes,
You call him again on the phone?
yes.
When?
Whenever the Lewis Police Department come.
Okay. But before we get to that,
Okay.
thank you though. Before we get to that, you were trying to contact him, or you contacted him when he leaves with the girls.
Yes.
Okay, before the Louisville police get involved, do you have any more contact with him on the phone?
No.
Do you call him or does he call you?
No. I've talked to him only one time.
One time. Does he call you during this time at all?
No.
Does he try to tell you that somebody's following him?
No.
Does he contact you to call the police for him?
No.
Does he contact you because he's worried about the girls?
No.
Does he contact you and ask you and have you help him in any sort of way?
No.
Does he contact you and tell you where he is?
No.
In fact, Mrs. Owens, does he contact you at all?
No.
After that last contact where he said he was at the gas station, did you ever hear from Yaser Saeed again?
Never.
At some point, you said you were contacted by the Louisville Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And how do they contact you?
They come to the door.
Okay, and what do they tell you at the door?
The officer asked if everything was okay. I said, yes, why? And he said they had a 911 call, that a young boy said that her sister was shot, and she's shot and she's dying.
Okay.
But can I back up for a second on that
I
call?
think so.
When she called the 911, she stated that her Bubba, which is dad in English, shot her sister and her, and she's dying.
Okay, okay. So they're giving you this information, and what do they need from you?
They told me to call, well, they asked where Yaser was,
Okay, they asked where Yaser Saeed was, what did you tell them?
that he was supposed to be taking the girls out for dinner and talking to them.
Did you tell them what vehicle he left in?
The taxi.
Yes, did you give that information to the police?
Yes.
Did you give did you give a description of him?
Uh,
Height, weight, clothes, that kind of thing?
Not until they took me to the Irving Police Department.
Okay. Did you provide some pictures of the girls?
I did.
Okay. Did they ask you about a weapon?
I don't recall them asking me about the weapon.
Talk to the well.
Yes.
Okay. Do they escort you down to Louisville Police Department?
Yes. Oh, to Louisville?
I'm sorry, you're right, Irving Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this where you find out about what happened to the girls?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you talk to any detectives?
Yes.
Okay. Did you identify the girls?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Um, where were the girls buried?
In Chrome Muslim Cemetery.
And you and Islam lived together for a little while after this, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did he eventually move in with the Saeed family?
Actually, after it happened, Islam and myself, we moved in with Mary and Watson.
You moved in with them?
Yes.
Okay. They moved in with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you eventually get your own apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does Islam stay with the Saeed family?
No, he went to Egypt.
To Egypt, okay. After Egypt, did you have very much contact with Islam?
No, ma'am.
And you never heard from Yaser Saeed again?
No.
Ms. Owens, is Yaser Saeed in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please identify him?
That devil there.
Can you identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
A dark blue jacket,
Okay.
a tie, and a white shirt.
All right. What color mask, if he's wearing a mask?
Blue.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, after these murders, at some point were you under care of a doctor?
Yes.
And what were you diagnosed with?
There's several things. PTSD, I think is what it is.
PTSD,
Extreme depression.
extreme depression, and
There's several things, ma'am. I can't remember all of them. There's several.
are you also on medication for them?
I am.
Are you on medication for them today?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all like a 15-minute break, or do you want to power through cross-examination? Would you like a 15-minute break? Okay, let's do that. Let's be back at 10:35.
officers.
The parking pass.
I know.
So, let's just put him out there, maybe ready for him this evening. He just brought him up. Yes.
What time did she say?
10:35.
Oh, what we're gonna do, yeah,
All rise.
Please be seated. Yes, that's right. All right, let's line up the jurors.
All rise.
Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Ms. Owens is on the stand for cross-examination by the defense. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Owens, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You need to take a deep breath or?
I'm fine.
Okay. So, obviously you and your officer have 3 children together, correct?
Yes.
Your parents approved of that marriage.
Yes.
Your parents approved of other marriages, like your sister's around that time frame, correct?
Yes.
Did you also provide for the family?
Not. No.
You also was not a provider?
No.
Who bought the iPhone?
The iPhone.
Who bought the girls' phones?
I did.
You bought the girls' phones?
Yes.
Is that because you were able to work outside the home?
Yes.
And so you had independent income separate from the officer?
No. The money I made, I paid bills, and what was left, he took.
But you did work.
Yes, I worked.
You had many jobs throughout the years.
Yes.
Were you also the one who bought the iPads?
They did not have the iPads that I knew of.
So if there were iPads and evidence that were assigned to the girls for their possession, that you would not have any knowledge of that?
No, sir.
Did the officer permit you and the girls to have phones?
I didn't have a phone, but the girls had a phone.
Did the officer know this?
Yes.
Who paid for the girls' clothes?
Their clothes. I did.
Okay.
When they was younger, my mom did. My mom helped me. when they started working at Kroger, they started buying their own clothes.
Okay. And, you know, as we see here in their portraits from school, they dressed like any other American girls at that time, right?
Yes, they are American girls.
How many jobs did you work throughout the years?
Throughout the years,
Yeah.
several.
Okay. But was the officer supportive of your employment?
Was he supportive of it?
Did he support you working? I mean, it sounded like you were a significant contributor to this family. Is that true?
Yeah, I paid everything.
What about the girls' school? They excelled at school, correct?
Yes, they did.
I mean, Amina was good enough at school and good enough at work. She got a work release from Louisville School District, right?
Yes.
As you as parents, did you have to sign off and approve that?
Yes.
And the girls were preparing for college.
Yes.
You and your officer both felt that education was important.
Yes.
Very important.
Very important.
The girls had plans. What college was Amina going to go to?
She wanted to go to Texas A&M.
Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
And what degree was she wanting to obtain?
She wanted to be a doctor.
Did she have any scholarships?
To my knowledge, she got a paper from one of them for scholarship.
So she did receive a scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
Who filled out that application?
I mean, I did.
Did you and your officer help her at all with her college application?
No.
No, you didn't. She did that on her own.
Yes, sir.
Were you all aware of her college application?
Yes.
And your marriage with Yaser, there was a lot of back and forth. Is that fair to say?
What do you mean when you say back and forth?
On direct, you testified that you would leave and you would come back. And that
Yes.
happened several times throughout the years.
Yes.
I believe the state started in 1998 with their timeline. How many times during that time would you leave and come back?
I can't give you a count. I don't remember how many times.
But December 27th, or excuse me, December of 2007 was not the first time that you had left and come back.
No.
You always came home.
Yes.
There was some discussion about the $4,000 cash
Mhm.
you took. I mean, clearly, you said your officer was upset about that.
Yeah.
Did you tell him that you were taking $4,000 cash?
No.
If he had taken $4,000 cash out of a safe, the family safe, would that have bothered you?
No.
You would have been fine if he just took the cash and didn't tell you what he was doing with it.
No.
You knew the girls dated,
Yes.
and you kept that from your officer.
Sure did.
You knew the girls were, I apologize, I don't want to be insensitive here, but you knew the girls were sexually active.
Yes.
You kept that from your officer.
Yes.
You knew that Amina had gone on at least the one date that you discussed with Joseph to the grandmother's party,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And Amina also, when y'all came back from the trip to Oklahoma, she went to Edgar's.
Yes.
And as you stated, she wanted to go to the party.
Yes.
She went back to Edgar's to go to the party.
Yes.
When you decided to go to Kansas, whose plan was that to leave?
Whose plan was it to leave Louisville?
Who came up with the idea to go to Kansas?
Well, my aunt, my sister was talking to my aunt and told her that, I was leaving Yaser. And she said she had an extra house that we could come stay in.
Okay, perfect. it was your aunt's idea to leave?
No, to leave the house in Louisville
Okay.
was, the girls was gonna run away. And when they told me they were gonna run away, I was not gonna let my girls run away and be in the streets by themselves.
So you go to Kansas,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go to Oklahoma. Is that correct?
Yes,
Who signs the lease on the apartment in Oklahoma?
Eric, I mean not Eric, I'm sorry, Edgar,
Edgar put his name on that lease.
yes.
How much money did everybody contribute to this plan? Was it all the money that you took, or was everybody putting money in?
The money I took.
I'm sorry?
The money that I took.
Okay. And I'm confused because on direct examination, you said you took it from Yaser. But that's not,
No, I took it from the box that he put his money in.
okay. So Yaser did have access to funds? Did he have money of his own at all?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're,
I'm sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm just trying to clarify because, as you stated, you supported the family. But on direct, you said that you took $4,000 of Yaser's money and that upset him. Was it his money or your money?
well, it would have been our money because we were married. But like I said, when we got income tax, he would take it. When I got my check and paid the bills, what was left, he would take it.
So you were the breadwinner in the family?
Yeah,
The entire time?
yes.
You indicated that, and again, I'm just trying to clarify the timeline here. You took one car on this trip to Kansas and then Oklahoma and then back home?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the Honda. What did you do with the Honda?
Put it in Ever's garage.
So Edgar's family was supportive of all this?
Yes.
How long had you known Edgar before you decided to get in this truck with them and move to a different state?
A couple of months.
And you thought that was an appropriate move with Edgar and Eric and your daughters?
Yes.
Again, I don't mean to come across insensitive here, but are you aware whether or not the girls and their boyfriend were sexually active with each other during that trip?
I'm not for sure.
During this conversation, are you aware that the plan? Were you aware that Amina's relation with Joseph Moreno?
No.
You had no idea of that?
No, she was not.
Is your testimony that she was in contact with Joseph Moreno at that time?
Left and went. To my knowledge, she was not in touch with Joseph.
So you wouldn't be aware that Joseph and Amina had put this plan together to ultimately reunite at some point?
How can they reunite? Amina and Heather was engaged.
They were engaged.
Yes.
He
And
proposed to her?
yes, and so was Eric and Sarah.
When were those proposals?
When it was before we left, not too, probably 3 or 4 weeks before we left.
So there was an official proposal and both girls said yes.
Yes.
So you decide to come back from Oklahoma to Louisville.
Yes.
Edgar left first
Yes.
on his own,
Yes.
and then the rest of you came back.
Yes.
Amina stayed for the party at Edgar's.
Yes.
Sarah came home.
Yes.
Sarah and Yaser have a long talk in the backyard, and everything seems fine. They're laughing.
Yes.
In fact, Yaser did buy her a SIM card when she got home, correct?
Yes.
And that's because she had broke those SIM cards, or you all had broke your SIM cards when you left.
Yes.
Because you feared that his understanding of the cell phone technology would allow him to locate you if you kept those cell phones on you.
Yes.
And you come back and you also buys her a new SIM card.
Yes.
This is the SIM card that was with her on the night that she was killed.
Yes.
When you went to get Amina from Edgar's house, did you have a conversation with his father Victor and Edgar and a group meeting about what was going on?
No.
You did not.
I was there less than 5 minutes.
Did you forcibly and physically remove Amina from that situation?
No, I did not.
Did you grab her and pull her and force her into the car?
No.
So if someone accused you of doing that, would they be lying or would you be lying?
They would be lying.
You said that Amina provided Edgar with some sort of recording before she left?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? What I didn't understand it.
It was for her camera. We set it on like a little disc that goes into the camera.
Like a little thumb? Oh, a little disc?
Not a disc. It's a little square.
Like a thumb drive?
Yes, about
Okay,
it.
so it's like if you plug it in, you can record something onto it and you can share it with that person so they have the video of you.
Yes. Or you can take pictures and save it on that.
Or did you ever see that again?
No.
No. You're absolutely sure that this recording from Amina to Edgar on the last day that she was alive was given to Edgar?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that he had failed her?
I do not recall hearing that.
Do you recall her saying this is the last time you'll ever see me again?
Yes.
So then you come home and the family is reunited at the house, correct?
Yes.
Everyone's there.
Yes.
Yaser is apparently very happy to see his daughter again.
Yes.
He sheds a tear.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember that specifically and clearly, correct?
Good.
No questions asked.
Nope.
I mean, he doesn't, where have you been, what are you doing? He doesn't start laying into her. He embraces her and no questions asked, brings her back into the home.
Yes.
So then he decides or tells you that he's going to go talk to his daughters on just the three of them. Correct?
Yes.
And this is days after you had taken these girls to Kansas and Oklahoma to run away.
It was January 1st.
Is it possible that maybe he wanted to get their side of the story separate from maybe what you had going on?
Well, if he didn't want to do that, he could have took them to the bedroom, took them outside.
Yeah, like he did with Sarah. He sat outside
Yeah.
with Sarah and they had a joyous conversation in the backyard, as you indicated.
Yeah.
They also sat at the family dinner table and talked about it.
Mm.
So they talked about it a lot when they came home.
Yeah.
Okay. And Yaser was welcoming.
Yeah.
Yaser was kind.
Yeah.
Yaser was not belligerent
No.
for days.
Yeah. For a couple of days, yes.
So Yaser and the girls leave. You said you called him and there was this conversation about the gas station.
Yes.
Have you ever told anybody in law enforcement or any other agency about that conversation?
Yes.
So that is a known recorded statement that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
When did you provide that statement?
When when I went to Irving Police Department then.
At that time, were you able to more accurately identify the time frame of that call?
No.
as you testify today, and it's fine if you don't remember, but generally speaking, do you remember what time that call was made?
I don't know, around 7 p.m., somewhere in there.
Shortly after they left the house?
Yeah, not, I mean, probably about 45 minutes or an hour, somewhere like that.
So 45 minutes to an hour after they leave, you make contact with the officer.
Yes,
And your testimony is that you never heard from him again.
nope.
Were you aware of the FBI investigation about where he was?
At what time?
Did you know that law enforcement was looking for the officer?
Yes,
Did you know that the FBI was looking for the officer?
yes,
Did you at any point tell them that you had heard from him that night, separate from that gas station conversation?
no,
So this is the first time that you've seen the officer in person in 14 years?
yes,
You had absolutely no direct communication or knowledge of anything, of his whereabouts, where he was, or anything that entire time?
no,
So despite all of your history and all of the things that you've been through together, everything that happened leading up to January 1st and the events of January 1st, in the past 14 years, he's never tried to reach out to you or threaten you or put you in harm?
no.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. State?
No questions, Your Honor. We would like to re-urge State's Exhibit 247 as a prior consistent statement.
I'll reread my objection.
That's denied.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
I believe we should keep her for recall, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Owens, please stick around. Stay in touch with the state in case either side wants to recall you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The state will call Captain Coy West.
Over here, please. All right, sir, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Captain West. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name's Coy, C-O-Y, West, W-E-S-T.
And Captain West, where are you currently employed?
Currently with the Hill County District Attorney's Office in Hillsborough, Texas.
Captain West, I'm going to get you
All right,
a...
let's stop the proceedings for a moment. I'm going to ask members of the jury to step out for just 5 minutes.
All rise.
Y'all may be seated. Will the parties approach?
Have Captain West wear a clear mask if that's a need for the court. Oh, perfect, right there. Captain West, you're gonna, the back part goes on your chin, or you want that one?
Whatever.
Okay, and so, yes, perfect. There you go. That's good.
Deputy, let's go ahead and yours. All right, please be seated. We're back on the record.
Okay.
Let the record reflect the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Ms. Almarzi, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Captain West, would you please state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Coy, C-O-Y-W-E-S-T,
And, sir, where are you currently employed?
with the Hill County District Attorney's Office in Hillsborough, Texas.
And what do you do at the Hill?
We investigate offenses, assist other agencies, polygraph examinations, search warrants, review SANE, CAC interviews, just all of it.
So are you a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you aid and assist the district attorney and his assistant district attorneys in the prosecution of their cases?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been at the Hill County DA's office?
11 months.
11 months. All right. Now, prior to starting at the DA's office in Hill County, were you employed elsewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you employed?
Initially in 1984 with the Hill County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your duties and responsibilities with the Hill County Sheriff's Office?
To investigate calls, head up CID, eventually over the jail, and was chief deputy over all the operations of the Hill County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So back in 1984, you started working for the Hill County Sheriff's Office, and at that time were you a police officer? Did you begin your job as a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you kind of rise through the ranks and ultimately I called you captain, did you ultimately become the captain of the Hill County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
And so how long were you at the Hill County Sheriff's Office?
22 and a half years.
22 and a half years, all right. Now, Hill County, just to kind of give the jurors some understanding about where Hill County is in relation to Dallas County, can you tell us about how far of a drive it would be?
Yeah, it's about an hour and 10 minutes. It's 60 miles south on Interstate 35 from either Dallas or Fort Worth.
And did you drive up here today from Hillsborough?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Captain West, you said that you were working at the Hill County Sheriff's Office since 1984. Were you employed at the Hill County Sheriff's Office back on October 24th, 1998?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were your duties and responsibilities at that time?
Oversaw investigations, calls. I was supervisor at the sheriff's office.
And how big was the Sheriff's Office at about that time?
Probably a total of 20, 25 officers max.
All right. So would your office or your agency investigate crimes involving sexual abuse of children?
Yes, ma'am.
So how would a call come about? How guys go about the pursuit of the investigation?
In that time, we'd get the initial call, and depending on whether they were live or in person or schedule a meeting, just depending on how the call was recorded and set up and go from there.
Was a report made by a person by the name of?
Your Honor, I would object at this time. If I can take this witness on a brief or die, I believe that the evidence that they're attempting to get in at this time is improper.
You may.
Officer West, is the entirety of your investigation and knowledge about?
And you can sit down, counsel.
Thank you. Officer West, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were at this office in 1998, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the entirety of your knowledge of this man deals with the allegation from 1998, correct?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I knew some other incidents as well, so I'm not sure that.
Were you the investigator on those other incidents?
The supervisor.
Were those all in 1998?
I think one was a couple of years before.
Were those charges was there ever a conviction in any of those allegations?
No, sir.
Was there ever an indictment or a information filed in any of those allegations?
Yes, sir.
Which case was it that there was an information filed?
You said information or indictment. He was indicted on the sexual assault of the children.
Your testimony is that he was indicted for sexual assault of children?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
We don't have any of that evidence, Your Honor. We have none of those records about an indictment from Hill County.
The only allegation that I'm aware of that the state was trying to get him was the one that was recanted and dismissed and not prosecuted.
Which was dismissed.
He said, asked the question as to whether he was indicted, and he said that the defendant was indicted. So you did receive that.
I received from you.
You may proceed.
Was that case subsequently dismissed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there was no conviction?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would object to the admission of this evidence or any substance to it. Under 609, it is not admissible character evidence against the defendant. It's not proper impeachment evidence under 609. Furthermore, under 401 and 402, it does not tend to prove any material fact in this case. That we would have to fight through or go through on every single statement made by a declarant not in this court. And furthermore, Your Honor, we believe that the witness that they should have got this evidence in just walked off the stand. They were not able to get it through the complainant in those cases or a witness in those cases. They're trying to backdoor this otherwise inadmissible hearsay and impeachment evidence through this law enforcement officer. So we would ask that none of this testimony that they're about to get into be allowed before this jury.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
But Your Honor, I think the court has already ruled that it's already been open on the defense's part regarding the sexual allegations involving these two girls. also gonna talk about, you know, what the process was of the investigation, coupled with, the recantation that happened in January. Already been testifying here today, has already been ruled upon. Made to the state.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
Your decision on that was a motion in limine, which is continuing throughout the trial. They are not, it is improper for them to say that we cannot evidence that has been presented. It is wholly improper. They should have got it if it was capable of being produced and it's submitted to the jury as actual evidence. It should have been to the witness that they just released. So we believe that this is an improper attempt to get this information in. And it is a misrepresentation from the prosecutor to sit here and say that they're only going to touch on the allegation without getting into the depths of the procedures and how all this came about. They, in their own arguments, are saying that they're not going to, they want to touch on it and walk away. They want to taint this jury. They want to make them believe something that was missed. They want to, under 403, this is wholly inadmissible, in addition to 609, 401, 402, and 404. It should not be permitted, and it's improper for them to try and introduce this evidence in this way.
Thank you. As both parties acknowledge, the court has ruled on this particular point. So your objection's overruled.
May I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Captain West, so that was a report made by a person that you came to know as Patricia Owen Said.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
I would object to keep information alive, not for any truth of the matter.
are you aware how Ms. Said, or Ms. Owen Said, came and reported this to the Hill County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
How did she report the,
Initially on the phone.
Okay. Ultimately, did Ms. Patricia Said come to the Hill County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she bring her daughters Amina and Sarah Said?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time in 1998, do you know how old the girls were?
6 to 9. I honestly don't.
So if I told you that Amina's birthday was March 2nd, 1989, and Sarah's birthday was March 16th.
Objection leading the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And Sarah's birthday was March 16th. In October of 1998, did
Is Graham.
now have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Hill County have a child advocacy center?
Now, yes, ma'am.
Now, so back in 1998, did you guys have a?
Take people to interview.
Was the deputy candidate CPS worker Kathy Graham? This one sounds like a silly question, but are they females or males?
Both of them are female.
Did they interview?
No, ma'am.
Let me ask, that was a terrible question. Did Ms. Graham and Deputy Cadets interview Amina separate from Sarah?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So each of the girls was not there to be able to communicate about what they said or did.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And ultimately, was Islam present as well, their older brother?
Yes.
Was he also interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the girls ultimately make outcries of sexual abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you ever heard the term of delayed outcry or delayed disclosure?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jurors what that is.
In general,
Things that happen to them.
no.
Perhaps
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy had a state interview. Ultimately, did your office admit these to the group? In 1989, was her return. Were Patricia Saeed, Amina Saeed, and Sarah Saeed re-interviewed at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall if these
Yes, ma'am.
since at this time, prior to that, videos of those has your office made a diligent effort in all capacities to attempt to obtain those videos? Now, are you aware that the last filed a retaliation
Minutes ago.
Speculation. With investigation and it is no problem. They can't. If he had done it, time, it could be relevant. But he thought through relevancy about what he did.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the
District attorney had the cases.
subsequent investigation? Prosecution elsewhere?
Girls,
Yes, sir.
what was that investigation? Result of that investigation? District attorney? Any investigation video?
Yes.
No further questions.
to release? You're free to leave. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Randall Johnson.
All right. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Detective Johnson, can you get your clear mask?
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please?
It's Randall Johnson, Randall Johnsson.
And Detective Johnson, are you currently retired?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you live?
I live in a RV, and we're currently
So wherever you want to go, you live.
we're full-time travelers.
Great. Well, we appreciate you coming back to testify. I have some questions for you regarding, of course, were you assigned as the lead detective in this case back on January 1st, 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did you have the case for?
Approximately 5 months.
So when did you retire?
In June of '08.
Now tell the jury a little bit about your prior experience, how long you were with the Urban Police Department, when you were first on patrol, and your career as an officer.
I joined the Urban Police Department in 1981. I was in patrol for approximately 2 years. From patrol, I went to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I spent the next 25 years. While I was in the Criminal Investigation Division, the first year I did shifts and misdemeanors, narcotics, special task force at the DFW area, DEA, the Drug Infiltration. I came back to the Urban Police Department.
You were a detective for a very long time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A little bit how it works.
It just depends on what the case is, what the size of the case is. Then if you need additional help, you ask for help, or on larger cases, there's people coming offering their assistance to us, and it's just
Do all the officers who are dispatched to the scene kind of work collectively? So let's say there's a first officer on the scene, does he relay his information to the next officer on the scene, or the detective who might come later?
that they try to. Yes, ma'am.
And why is that important to a criminal investigation?
Just so you can have a timeline of what occurred and how things occurred, and prior to your arrival, and also hopefully will help you solve the case.
Right. And not everybody is accessing the same information at the same time.
That's
right?
correct.
Right. So you might have somebody who might have that you would be assigned as the lead detective?
Conducting uh, I stopped, uh, talked with the complainant, and then I the crime scene and the officers at the crime scene.
Prior to arriving at early,
That there was a taxi where two deceased females were found and a suspect that was at the scene. Very, very limited.
were you ever 911 call at 9:45 p.m. to the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you ever not called?
I don't recall that. I just know I was.
That person on that?
Yes.
ID that
I overruled your. Yes, I.
Sorry, the 911 Sarah.
do you recall where it was from?
I know the numbers are from
How did you come to have anybody with her?
she had her son Louisville Police Department.
And that's because Louisville had done a welfare check. Description of what the girls might have been wearing and possibly.
Just what the
Are you the and
total that the complainant.
so at least you knew at this point.
To the crime scene where the taxi was located.
Investigation, you knew that's where you needed to go next.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what do you do when you arrive there?
I contact the officer that had the crime scene secured, talked to him about what occurred. Eventually, I talked with the general manager of the hotel, and after about 20 minutes and looking at the crime scene, I then left the crime scene and went to my office.
And did Hennig stay behind? You went to Hennig?
He stayed at the office.
So at this point, you both leave the crime scene and you go to the office. Now, why are you leaving the crime scene to go back to the office?
To do a search warrant on the taxi.
Can you please tell the jury why that's important?
Because had they got to that bit and we were obtaining a search of his property in which warrant like that.
That's how long to search it, you have to have a search warrant,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? That search warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
And, what do you do after that?
After received the search warrant, I went back to the crime scene, and I was there as Officer Hazard conducted the crime scene and collected evidence and removed the complainants from the car.
So you were there to observe all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Hazard was the crime scene investigator on the case?
Yes, ma'am.
At any time he arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of him being there?
To take custody of the two deceased females and transport them to the medical examiner's office in Dallas to do an autopsy to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
Your job as a detective? What did you do next in your investigation?
From there, I went back to my office and started doing paperwork. Yeah. At the time, trying to locate him.
So you have two deceased young girls. You can find it at this point based on everything I believe you have probable cause and you get a warrant for his arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any point, do you go and get phone records or request?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phones were you looking into?
For Sarah's phone and also phone.
Why were you looking into the defendant's phone?
To see if the phone call logs matched up with what was being told by the complainant's mother. Also, and confirm, being told.
Possibly locate phone records. Called Sarah.
That's correct.
Or who did that number belong to?
Edgar,
Is it Edgar, or did it belong to Edgar, or family members, or his?
the phone call on Victor was his father.
Okay, so the phone was Victor, Louise,
Yes.
and that number had called Sarah
Yes.
prior to her 911.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke to Patricia, the complainant, and you also spoke to her son, Islam.
Briefly, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did you,
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
tell the jury about that?
Islam with Patricia, that Patricia is more of a type person, and Islam was taking more of the father role, of the more of the authoritative role, and that he he was controlling the situation more.
When did that happen?
Islam and different paperwork that I had reviewed.
Throughout your interactions with Patricia Saeed and your with them, at some point of property that Patricia had delivered to Leasing, what was that item?
That was the
Which has been previously offered for purposes. That and tell me if you can identify objects and see what person.
Yes, ma'am, this is the police department property tag that I filled out as it's into the property.
This time say
Exhibit 58 is admitted for all purposes.
thank you.
Yep. Yep.
I'll have you open the ammo box, Dr. Johnson, and tell me what's in the contents.
It is the Baltimore Police Department.
Okay, and Patricia Saeed was saying it belongs to the defendant, Yaser Saeed?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what's contained in this box. If you pull them out, I know this is a video. Ammunition paired up with which type of weapon?
Tell you what the caliber and the make of the ammunition is.
That'd be great.
Okay. by RP on it. These are 38 specials also, and they're made by Federal. This is a special made by Winchester. This is an RP 357 Magnum. E 30-06 SPRG. This is a 30-06 RP. One of these separately.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullets, is that
Correct.
right?
Out of that envelope, yes.
So what are we looking at here?
This is a made by Winchester, and it's a 9mm Luger.
Each one of those 6.
9mm Luger. This is an FC 9mm Luger. This is a 9mm Luger made by FC. FC 9mm Luger. And 9mm Luger.
Okay. I see Winchester on a couple of these.
Correct.
Just for the record.
It's a 9mm Winchester Luger.
So that's 1.
Yeah.
These back in the ammo box, and I'm going to have you help me with one more exhibit. So those brand names were FC and Winchester, is that correct?
Correct.
find your glasses, but I'm handing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 103. Read me the brand name on the live bullet that was found in the medicine. You need to open it with me.
I need it opened.
Okay.
I can't see through the plastic well enough. Thank you. It's a Winchester 9mm Luger.
Winchester 9mm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Put that back. Just a few more. Okay. As State Exhibit 56. Okay. Okay. Will you look at these 6 shell casings, and it should be identified on the outside, and tell me their brand names for B, C, D, F, I, and J shell casing.
On the one that's marked B, it's a PC, I'm sorry, FC NP 9mm
So FC,
Luger, yes.
okay? What about C?
On C, it is a FC 9mm Luger.
Casing D,
D is a FC 9mm Luger.
shell casing F,
F is a FC 9mm Luger.
shell casing I,
I is a FC 9mm Luger.
and shell casing J.
J is an FC 9mm Luger.
Okay? Now I would like you to take a look at shell casing E and shell casing. Tell the jury the brand names.
On E, it is a Winchester 9mm Luger. H is a Winchester 9mm Luger.
Thank you, Detective Johnson. So these shell casings, Winchester and FC, are the same shell casing ammo box.
Yes.
Thank you for your assistance. You can take it. few more questions, Your Honor.
I'm asking because it's lunchtime, actually.
We could break at any time the court would like.
Do you think you'll be with your examination and chief before lunch?
With my examination of this witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think I can definitely finish in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, let's do it.
Throughout your investigation, Detective, any information, had information that the defendant was in possession of the cab. When you looked at the register of the cab, did he come back to the,
No.
okay, who was the registered owner of that cab?
Investigator Hennig was doing that legwork.
Okay. So Henry, to formally ask that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You find out it did not belong to the defendant. That
Correct.
registered. And the ammunition I just went over for a 9mm handgun, that is a firearm, is that right?
That is correct.
A deadly weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. This is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, you are still under my rules and instructions. Let's be back here at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
Judge Mike. Judge Mike. 5, 6, 8. You can come on through. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Judge, judge, judge. 1, 2.
Prosecution team gonna stay?
Yeah, I get it. Here, this is somebody. This is somebody. Is that Jacqueline? Oh, I'm good.
Notice you okay.
Judge, judge, judge.
Give two after she come back.
Oh, she one of them?
No, I ain't gonna just put them in a box. So, door.
Yeah, it's locked. Yeah, I'm coming.
Let me plug that up. Sure.
I'm gonna put this mic. We know that works, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's this one?
That was the room mic. That gets prosecutor and defendant.
So I want that bouncing hot. Let's see how that bounces. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nothing, right? So.
Oh, wait.
Mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check 1, 2.
Nope.
Nothing from there.
Correct.
So we essentially have one microphone.
One mic.
Okay. So. And we're just going to do one for now. Just one. This is going to be just one. What you got? Nothing. So the other pots don't work either. You feel what I'm saying?
I do.
I mean, if you unplug, say you unplug my microphone, or the camera microphone, does that do anything different? So it's just, I don't know what I did. I mean, this thing is turned. So this. I'll put these fucking on and off switches. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Well, let me just do one thing first. Let's go back to number one. Go back to the witness. Let's just see if this microphone works. Do you have any? What you got now? This is count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. How? You don't hear anything?
I don't hear anything from that. But again, they're peaking, there's audio somewhere, but it's not coming through.
This is the judge's one. This is the one right here. Do you hear anything? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. 2, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. Okay. So, even if you change the only word, I tell you what.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you? 9:30. See, Bruno, you can quit. I know what you're trying to do.
Well, nothing's working, because if you, I mean, if you're hearing,
Right, I hear through, I hear it.
exactly, what I was just hearing. Let's change that.
When I go to 40, I can get it.
Huh?
5, 6, 7, 8. One. Why is this? Why is it?
1, 2, 3, 4. I have never, ever used this. Used that for people.
But it went out, everything goes out. It's not like, it was a transport. I mean, that's your house.
You left your finger last night. When you was going to the hospital last night?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I can see it.
Yeah. Check. Check. Hold up.
I'm building out a little bit.
You can wait till the next morning to go to the hospital. That don't make no damn sense.
John. You hear me?
Check, check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
I don't have any Justin, I hear you. We're in desperate need of a new box. This box.
This nigga got a minute. He gone.
So right now I've got one pot that works. This morning, you know, things were working fine, and then everything kind of goes. So I got. Yep. So we just run through a series of tests with different lines and plug it right into the.
You two button now. I was just sleeping. I keep something on to keep my attention. I'm gonna keep it. Why you playing this to me so much?
That blows everything out to where it's runs hot. Yeah. We, and I can get set. You know, there's the.
You know, see, that's how you don't have a heart attack. Right there in the middle of that door. You don't pay that back. I'm gonna call prayer next.
Those mics are like those pots. These pots. Actually, John, one pot. That's this pot.
This is right where, man, right here.
The rest of them clear, right? Clear mic. Lavalier mic. Damn.
You gonna be up there now.
There's no audio coming.
They might have
Nowhere
you
near.
pay the
No
VA.
back.
Pay the room.
Transferred.
No,
Check there. I mean,
you taking no VA.
go up and check this on that particular mic.
You going right across the way.
After one
Yeah, I hear that.
So do you hear this?
Yeah, that's it.
So all these mics are bad for one microphone.
No.
There you go, brother. Player, yeah, that's what we do. Sounds good, right? Okay, hold on.
Miss Tiffany would have been in there. What she had? She cracking the whip.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Outside, but I got to produce it. Mic check 1. Now, Janet, I tell you what, can you put this mic to the cable?
I think one of y'all coworkers was knocking on the door right there. She just left. Probably Tiffany.
John, which part?
Pick a mic.
I'm gonna do the we know, This is mic check for the witness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, here it is.
Mic check, one,
Because then it just sounds hollow.
3, 4, 5, 9. Hollow.
It sounds like a. That is the 15. Oh, okay. We got 58, we got shotgun.
It wasn't working.
But that's the one.
Bags, understand, so. Call in the morning, call in. You go over there, see. See, you can just pay for it. So if we in another state, how do we do this? How we gonna get it inspected? It's up there.
It is all up.
Yeah, that's what driver's license, that's not what registration is.
No, it's usually out in the hallway.
Okay, let me call Black, let me know. All right.
Look. And so through these doors off to the side. I can't go too far because this door will
Yeah, let it go.
come up.
We'll let you back in.
Sorry.
I'll let you back in.
It's cool. We're gonna grab something real quick right here.
Okay. Black. Say, man, my truck is ready, my son's truck is.
what's the server name? What's
It's gotta be inspected, but how you gonna get it inspected, the truck up there? How you gonna inspect the truck that's up in another state, huh? That's what I'm trying to check with the people here in Texas where I can get the tags. My partner just told me they would, when he was in the military, they were exempt from all that. So hopefully he gonna be exempt too. I hope it's still the same. Okay then. Mm-hmm. All right, swear.
His mailbox is full, and he can't accept no more. Started trying to grab him now. So he'll call me. He'll see me. He'll call back.
See what China fires a missile near Taiwan?
You know, President's wife was there, wasn't she?
Pelosi.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi, yeah. They said they was furious over that.
Hmm?
They got infuriated over that. You know, it's gonna be a war. I don't think it'd be nuclear, but it's gonna be some type of conventional war.
Did they call you back up?
Too old now. I'm past that. I got past the line. Hey, it's right there.
Huh?
You wanna talk to him?
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, how you doing? Hey, yeah, all right. Hey, I got a partner I work with next to me here at the court. His sister's air went out. So y'all available to help out?
Tell him the compressor went out, it's under warranty, and he just needs somebody to put it in.
Okay. Here, I'll let you talk to him. Is that okay? All right, here he is.
Hey, how you doing, sir? Oh, I can't complain. My sister's air conditioner went out, and they're saying that it's the compressor that's gone out. She just had it put in last year, so it's under warranty. And the guy that put it in, he's down with COVID, and we was trying to find somebody to put it in, put the compressor in. Okay, can you explain this to me? How does it go when it's down on the warranty work? What causes the homeowner to be out of and staying on the warranty, and the person that actually put it in can't put it in, another AC person goes out there and put it in? See, it ain't been in there a year. If it can't be no more than a year, understand? If it's that long, if it's still under warranty. Okay, I don't know all that information, understand, so, can you, I'm gonna get Jerry's number from you, and, I'll call you back, and when I call you back this evening, I'll have all that information for you. Okay then, okay. Hold on.
I got it done, don't worry about it, so it's just.
Hey.
Just saying hi.
Oh, that's what you're telling me something.
No, that's not everything.
No,
What happened?
never arrived.
This is spoon
No
hand.
way, Jose.
Yes, I never seen that.
Huh?
That's your spoon hand, right?
That's right.
I ain't never seen that. That man and that lady sitting right there.
We didn't see over here.
No, looks straight.
Hard to drive. She didn't want to mess with that.
little ones? Okay, five. Oh. Do y'all have a yard? But you still like to walk him or her?
Well, I was taking my step. He's 16.
Oh, and
Well, I quit.
I fall all the time. All the time. I mean, to the point now, like, I go downstairs so carefully like an old person because I fall all the time. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. That's right. Which one is, I mean, I'm all right. Just set that one with the whole way.
I did too, right? I know they ain't gonna be no better than that. They ain't gonna be no better than that.
Are you gonna get another one? Alright. Well, you like that free?
I didn't hear it all.
We, have a 16-year-old lab. And then right before he passed, these two feral kittens cheater. So Mike put out like a little, a little house. They put out some food for us. And then we thought it was just one, but then we looked one morning in a little house and it's like two little faces looking up. But you know, they were freaked out. But then my son just tracked the boy one, the dumb one, with food. The girl one was a little more like, I don't trust you. And we got him in, and they hid behind the laundry or in cabinets. We took him in to get him spayed and neutered at least. They weren't going to act like it or whatever. But they did, because I think they were young enough that they learned. So that felt very weird now, but it's been the greatest pets for me, because my husband, he really wanted another dog. And I just think he doesn't want a dog. He doesn't want to. And I certainly don't want a puppy. Well, and I feel bad. I can't see these puppies on the road. Cats and
Now, you have to, you're going to the funeral, right?
I'm sorry.
You're going to that funeral today, right?
Well, I was gonna go. I think work is gonna pick up Nanny and my wife. And they're gonna go. And I'm gonna go to the hospital.
So you still wanna get down at 4?
Yeah.
So you can go to the shingle. Okay, just confirm. I'm fine with
Bless you. How did you expect it? Hey, we're ready. We're ready.
I don't know, you ought to be. All rise.
Y'all may be seated.
You see 1 o'clock, right? You do see 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
yeah, switch. Yeah, whatever you want to switch.
Stephanie, go.
This is, you know, showing kind of, I has those shells up there, I heard doing a snapshot of those.
Oh, the interpreter has one, so I.
I was gonna show you, there's a film.
Yeah, yeah.
Back to the other house, that's just back there with him, but we got an extra one. I don't know how he didn't come back yet.
All right, let's bring Mr. Saeed. Let's line up. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had some lunch. You ready to proceed? Yes. Okay. All right. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
By 2008, how long have you been a detective at Irving? A good long time. And in this case, let me retract that, when I call and takes DNA, all that.
Are you asking me?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Do they take DNA samples and fingerprints?
Do
And in this case, they never compared them to anybody, right?
That is correct.
You never looked at anybody else except this defendant.
That is incorrect.
Who else did you look at?
Well, initially we were looking at also the two boyfriends originally, and then we focused on the defendant.
Okay. You never did any phone dumps on the boyfriend, on Patricia, on Victor, anybody.
I did not know, sir.
Well, you're not aware of your department having done any either.
I don't know what they did after I left.
Okay. But if those have not been produced here in court, have not been given to the DA's office, not been given to us, I think we can pretty well safely assume that it's never done.
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said that the original looked at the boyfriend.
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion of Detective Shingle?
I think he's a qualified detective.
Okay. And he made a mistake in a written report, would he? I mean, a big mistake.
I don't know if he would or not.
Well, you've seen the report that says that the two boyfriends showed up there at Irving Police Department that night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay? You've seen that report.
Yes, sir.
Okay? What if that's not true?
Then it's incorrect.
I'm sorry?
Then it would be incorrect.
That'd be incorrect. Either correct or incorrect.
Correct.
Now, the first E is the person they're talking to.
I would, yes.
And these two
Yes, sir.
their driver's license or something, and correct spelling of their name, their home address, and all that. And normally now, if you're looking at them as suspects, you didn't know the difference, any different at the time, you would have gotten DNA samples from each one of them, you would have separated them, you would have gotten GSR on their hands to see if they had any gunshot residue, that type of thing, right?
Well, they weren't initially suspects. We focused mainly on the defendant pretty early on into the investigation. We didn't need to do that with the two boyfriends.
No, you didn't do that.
That's correct.
You never got any DNA samples from them, you never got any fingerprints from them, and you never got GSR, gunshot residue.
That is correct.
Okay? And what if you found their fingerprints all over the scene?
All over what?
The car.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, if you had found, for instance, if you compared their fingerprints that you got from them that night, the fingerprints found of the car, and they were the same, okay, or DNA,
Then I would assume at some point that they had touched the car.
I'm sorry,
I would assume at some point they had touched the car.
this taxi cab,
Correct.
okay? And he admits, does he not, they admit that they were together, according to Detective Shingle,
Yes, sir.
okay? Not Edgar and his father, Victor,
No, sir.
Edgar and Eric.
Correct. Correct.
Now, did you ever talk to Joseph Marina, JoJo?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, and remember who he was in this picture?
The ex-boyfriend of Sarah?
Ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend?
Ex-boyfriend.
Okay, that's what he told you?
I don't know if he told me or if that's what I read.
Okay, and did you know that he and Amina were planning on getting back together once she got back to Texas, and that's why she came to Texas? Did you know that?
No.
Okay. Now, okay, so we've gone through, and I'm sorry, I refer to my notes, but I can't write.
I understand.
I'm right-handed. We've gone through how your department never looked at anybody else, really.
Correct.
Now, this ammo box, y'all had gone and executed a search warrant at the defendant's house where he lived, where they lived. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
Okay, when, did you ever execute a search warrant?
Not at the house.
Okay, where did you execute a search warrant?
On the taxi?
I'm sorry, on the taxi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't you have executed a warrant at his house to determine whether or not there were guns or ammunition there that matched that found at the scene?
We did not, no, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
Didn't do that?
No, I did not.
Okay, nobody in your department did.
That's correct.
Okay? But this ammo box that the state's putting evidence in, that was called by Patricia.
Yes, sir.
Okay? By Patricia,
Yes, sir.
not the defendant. Okay? She said it before.
That's what, yes.
Okay? But it brought it. Now, fact check the boyfriend, what they were saying that night.
Investigator Hennig did that.
Detective Hennig did
Yes,
that?
sir.
So if he's yet to come,
Correct.
you've seen him out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So Henning did that, and it was Shingle's job to talk to people in the lobby,
Yes, sir.
two boyfriends,
Those two, yes, sir.
okay? And have you seen him out here?
Shingle?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Detective, I think that's all.
Okay, anything else, Lance State?
No further questions for this witness.
All right, may this witness state?
Yes, he may.
All right, thank you, sir. You're Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Investigator Shingle. Will you please state your name and spell for the record?
John Shingle, John, Scingle.
And sir, where are you currently employed?
Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for the Dallas County District Attorney's Office?
I am an investigator assigned to the criminal community response team.
All right, so Investigator Shingle, how long have you been with the Dallas County DA's office?
4 years and about 3.
Now, do you work for the same office that I work for, Ms. Black and Ms. Mitchell?
That's correct.
Your role is a little bit different than my role, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us that you've been here a little over 4 years. Have you been assigned to various units or departments within the Dallas County DA's office?
I have.
In fact, you were assigned to Ms. Mitchell's division. She's the chief of the Family Violence Division. You were assigned there.
That's correct.
And you told us you were currently assigned to the CRT unit.
That's correct.
What type of offenses do y'all prosecute in that unit?
Violent offenders, aggravated robbery, repeats, things like that.
And what was your favorite assignment out of all of those?
Of course, working with you.
Right, you were assigned to me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what I was hoping you were going to say that. Sorry, Ms. Mitchell. And you were assigned with me in the trial courts. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am, I was.
Okay. Now, Investigator Shingle, prior to coming to the district attorney's office and working as an investigator, well, part of your role is that to help prosecutors in our investigation and prosecution of crimes.
Yes,
here in
ma'am.
Dallas County.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Prior to coming to the DA's office, excuse me, prior to coming to the DA's office, were you in law enforcement elsewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you assigned?
At the Irving Police Department.
And were you a police officer during your career at the Irving Police Department?
I started out as a public service officer, went to communications, communications supervisor, police officer, police detective, and retired after 36 years.
So you started off as a civilian, you said, what was the first thing?
Public service officer.
Public service officer. So is that as a civilian role?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you told us you worked in communications. Would that be what we all know as, or ultimately know to be 911 or dispatch?
Yes, ma'am. It changed to 911 communication center.
While you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you start your career at the city of Irving?
In 1982.
So had you, from 1982, did you remain at the city of Irving?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And ultimately you ended up becoming a police officer. When did you become a police officer?
1991.
1991. And when did you end your career at the Irving Police Department?
2018.
All right. And did you immediately start at the DA's office after that?
I had planned on taking some time off, but 1 week later, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 1 week later you started at the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Investigator Shingle, at the Irving Police Department, you told us you were a detective. Did you retire as a detective from the Irving Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. I did 18 years and the last, well, I did 22 as a detective and 18 as the crimes against persons.
Now let's talk about that unit specifically. What is the crimes against persons unit at the Irving Police Department? What do
Okay,
they do?
crimes against persons, they handle anything that related to a person. They do minor assaults, murder, shootings, stabbings, officer-involved shootings, jail deaths, things like that.
So anywhere with a violent offense or a victim of a violent offense?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you would investigate?
Yes, ma'am.
And would homicides be part of your roles and responsibilities in terms of investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Investigator Shingle, when you worked at the Irving Police Department, were you employed on or about January 1st, 2008?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And in what unit were you assigned at that time?
The crimes against persons section.
Now, did you know someone by the name of Detective Randall Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know someone by the name of Detective Joe Hennig?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the court reporter, that's Hennig. Who are Detective Johnson and Detective Hennig?
So at the time, they were kind of like the lead investigators assigned to this case, and they were also like the lead investigators in our section. So if we ever had any questions or anything, they were kind of like the go-to guys. Their office was right across the hall from mine.
Did you work in the same unit, the Crimes Against Persons unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they also investigate homicides and violent offenses like
The same thing, yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, now I know you told us you were employed with the Irving Police Department back on January 1st, 2008. Were you the lead investigator in the capital murder investigation involving the defendant here, Yaser Saeed?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who was the lead investigator at 2008? Without assigned to be the lead.
So what would happen, basically, the weekend, that detective, a draw system came up. Every weekend, that investigator was on call Friday night to Monday morning. Unfortunately, if anything happened Monday till the following Friday, usually that same investigator got called out first.
And in that case, that became Detective Johnson in this particular investigation. January 1st, 2008, we know to be New Year's Day. It was a holiday. Were you?
No, ma'am.
If you had, you were called out to come and help or assist in the investigation of the murders of Amina and Sarah Saeed.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And do you, at that time, how many homicide or capers, capers, I apologize, I didn't specify for the jurors. Is the crimes against person unit also referred to as the capers unit for short?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for our purposes, if I refer to that, is that okay with you if I say that?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
That terminology. So back in January of 2008, or January 1st, 2008, how many detectives do you think you had at that time?
We had 6 for sure, and I can't remember if we got our 7th one around that time, but 6 for sure.
And when investigations, especially violent offenses like we're here for today, come about, is it fair to say that the Irving Police Department is all hands on deck? In other words, the entire agency is working actively in the pursuit of the investigation prosecution of that offense?
Especially the crimes against person section. Usually everybody's doing something.
All right, so you're assisting, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
In some capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so on January 1st, 2008, you told us you were not working that day. Did you end up having to go into work that night?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the, how were you notified that you needed to come to work?
So of course, we had I want to say cell phone back then. Cell phone or pager. My sergeant would notify us, and then I responded to the station.
And when you responded, or when you were first notified, at least by your sergeant, were you informed of what the initial reports were regarding Amina and Sarah Saeed?
Just a basic report.
What kind of information did you have at that point?
That Investigator Johnson and Hennig were out at a scene. 2 females had been shot in a cab, and a possible suspect was their father, Mr. Saeed.
Okay, so you get to the Irving Police Department. What's the very first thing you do when you get there?
So they're back at the station, and we're first thing I did was I obtained a driver's license photo to put out on a bulletin. I called the DFW police to put him on a no-fly list.
Let me put you on pause for just a second.
Okay.
You said you got a driver's license photo. Who are we talking about at this point?
Mr. Saeed.
Okay, do you see Yaser Saeed here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If co-counsel Ms. Black is seated in chair 1, I'm 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What chair would the defendant be seated?
He being 5.
Please let the record reflect that the witness is identified as the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
So, Investigator Shingle, you get information that Yaser Saeed, and what time is it at this point when you get that information that Yaser Saeed is a suspect that you're looking into?
That's probably right as I walked in, probably 10 o'clock or so.
And we're talking about 10 p.m. on January 1st, 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
Within a couple of hours of these girls being shot.
Yes, ma'am.
You take that information and you said you notified the Dallas DFW police?
The airport police, yes, ma'am.
Okay, why did you do that?
They have a capability of putting a person's name on a no-fly zone or no-fly list, and they checked first to see if he had booked any flights. We were already behind the 8 ball by a couple of hours, and so I just wanted to make sure that he hadn't caught a flight yet. So they checked that. They said they did not show any name, and then they put his name on the list.
Were you aware as to whether or not Mr. Saeed had a passport so that he could leave the country?
I was not.
Okay, so you did this is it fair to say that there was a sense of urgency in this investigation in locating Mr. Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you do that. What else do you do that particular night?
I take. They had issued a wanted bulletin. I went back to communications. I had that updated with some additional information. I was able to talk to two kids named Edgar and Eric.
Okay, let me put a pin in that right now. Let's talk about Edgar and Eric. We're
Okay.
talking about Edgar Ruiz and Eric Penamino.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did Edgar and Eric come to the Irving Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did you ultimately have a conversation with each of those boys?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you notified, or how were you told to go speak to these boys?
So Detective Hennig yelled across the hall that there was two kids down in the lobby that wanted to talk about the offense. He was saying they identified them as the boyfriends of the two girls. So I go down there, identify Edgar and Eric, and then they go on to tell me what they had observed over the last couple of weeks.
Okay. So Detective Hennig says there's two individuals is it downstairs?
Downstairs, yes, ma'am.
Now, the Irving Police Department, that's located on O'Connor, right?
Yes, ma'am, 305 North O'Connor.
And so when you were notified from Detective Hennig, did you go downstairs to meet with Edgar and Eric?
I did.
And were they in the lobby of the Irving Police Department?
They were in the lobby of the police department. It echoes pretty good in the lobby, so we moved over to a quieter area, the jail vestibule.
Did you take Edgar and Eric into an interview room to independently interview these boys?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why not?
Basically, I identified them. I knew where they were at. They didn't seem like they were going to be the people that we were worried about. I mean, they were high school kids. Felt like we could talk to them at a different time. I obtained information, and then I put Detective Hennig's and Detective Johnson's name on the back of my card and told them that one of the three of us, or probably one of those two, would be calling them.
So when you talked to Edgar and Eric, it's still downstairs in the Irving Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said that you did not do a recorded interview with these two boys.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you take a written statement of either one of these two?
I just took basic notes and then I put that into a report, but no written statement.
So you yourself had handwritten notes and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
drafted a report
Yes, ma'am.
from the notes you generated?
Yes, ma'am.
So Edgar and Eric never provided you, or you never asked for a written statement?
No, ma'am, I didn't feel like at that time that was a proper time to do any type of formal interview or anything like that.
Again, is there still the sense of urgency about locating Yaser Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at this point, are you aware that Yaser Saeed, when you talk to Edgar and Eric, are you aware that Yaser Saeed is the main suspect of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
When you speak to Edgar and Eric, you told us you had obtained identifying information. What kind of information did you get from them?
Name, date of birth, home address, driver's license number if they had one, if they worked, if they went to school, cell phone number, things like that.
And would you have written that down?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they provide any, if you recall, did they provide any photo identification to confirm their identities?
No, ma'am.
And so you got their information. Did you get home addresses and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did Edgar and Eric give you information about their contact with Amina and Sarah prior to their murders?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they provide to you?
Basically that the two girls were having some problems at the house. They wanted to leave. The mother was willing to go with them. That they traveled to Oklahoma, then they traveled to Kansas. And I'm just phrasing this a little bit. They went from Kansas back to Oklahoma, Oklahoma back to Texas.
One of them stayed at Edgar's house, and then Eric and the other girl came, or I can't remember which one, but Eric and the other one came over later that day.
So when you're gathering this information, are you writing notes
Yes, ma'am.
regarding this, what you know?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you memorialize those notes into a supplement or a report?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did Eric or Edgar provide you a new cell phone number for Amina's ID?
They did.
Do you recall what the area code was for that cell phone?
I can look if you don't mind.
Yeah, do you have your report in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 918 area code.
Do you know what area of the United States the area code for 918 would be?
I do not.
Would it surprise you that that is Tulsa, Oklahoma?
It would not.
All right. So, and do you know if Edgar or Eric is the person that provided you that phone number?
I didn't write down who, but Edgar was the one that was mainly talking. Eric was kind of like the quiet one of the group, and Edgar was the one that was providing most of the information.
When you were speaking to Eric and Edgar, were you talking to them at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
And together?
Yes, ma'am.
The three of you are together. Okay. So, you're gathering this information. At this point, do you know if the boys are aware that Amina and Sarah have been murdered?
No, ma'am, they were not aware of that.
How do you know that?
During the last few minutes of our conversation, one of them asked me how the girls were doing, and I'm like, which girls? And they're like Sarah and Amina, and I'm like, pretty much they're not here. They're dead, and I could tell by the look on their face that nobody had ever told them that.
So up until that, as you're talking to them and they're providing sort of this historical information about where the girls had been with Edgar and Eric, were you under the impression that they knew Amina and Sarah were dead?
I would have thought so. They were the first people to come in, so I would have thought somebody had sent them to the police department, but I guess they just showed up on their own.
Okay, so you don't know how they ended up at the police.
No, ma'am, I do not.
And so you said when you notified them that Amina and Sarah had been murdered, what were their reactions?
They were very upset. It wasn't like they fallen down on the ground crying, but they were very upset, shaken. You could tell that nobody had told them anything over the last couple of hours.
Did they appear to be in shock?
I would say they were very upset. Shock would be a good word for it, yes.
In your opinion, based the girl's murder?
I would say probably 10 to 15 the first week. Started going down after that. Not very many of them were very successful.
That's
Had
what I
some.
was about to ask next, is did they prove to be successful?
No, ma'am. Had some friends with some opinions and things like that, but none of the sightings were very good.
It did not advance in locating the
No, ma'am.
Now, Investigator Shingle, I know, and let me back up here just to the leads real quick. Do you know, especially here in the beginning, for the first 2 weeks, is it fair to say that you were actively involved in the assistance of locating Yaser in the investigation of these capital murders?
I would probably say the first 2 weeks, and then I kind of winged myself off of that report.
Okay. Now, Investigator Shingle, did you have the occasion to did leads continue to come in, at least during the duration of your time at the Irving Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to assist as best you could until you left the Irving Police Department?
Mainly went to Investigator Hennig if any additional leads came in. After I kind of winged myself out of the initial investigation, most of the stuff went to Investigator Hennig.
Were you ever the lead detective in this case?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the minutes up this time.
State, I'm sorry, defense.
Thank you. Detective Shingle, you testified about your extensive experience with the Irving Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Extensive experience in law enforcement and investigating cases.
Yes, sir.
So you're fully aware of how to handle these types of investigations.
Yes, sir.
You said there was a sense of urgency from the very beginning to find Yaser.
I would say so. Yes, sir.
That the entire department was chipping in on this.
I would not say the entire department. The entire department was provided a wanted bulletin with his picture on it, but there was only a certain amount of people that were actually doing the investigation.
You were one of them?
Yes, sir.
At approximately, or I guess let's say, you said it was about 10 p.m. at night on January 1st, 2008 when you reported into the police station, correct?
Somewhere around there, yes, sir.
At what time did you go down and meet with Eric and Edgar?
I want to say it was pretty close to that time.
Before or after 10:30 p.m.?
I don't remember.
Before 11 p.m.?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Did you make a notation of that in any of your files?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
You didn't think it was important to identify exactly when these witnesses came in on the night that these two girls were murdered?
If I did, I don't know if it's in there or not.
I want to talk a little bit about Eric and Edgar. You said that you took statements from them.
I didn't take a statement. Did not take a statement from them.
You listened to what they said to you.
Yes, sir.
You did not separate them.
No, sir.
You did not do recorded statements.
I don't even think we were doing recording statements back then, but no, sir.
So no, you did not do a recorded statement.
No, sir.
Not video.
We weren't doing videos back then.
Not audio.
I really don't think. I think 2008 is when we started, but don't hold me to that. But no. My initial contact with them was just to obtain the information.
And so you did get their name.
Yes, sir, I did.
You got their date of birth.
Yes, sir.
You got their cell phone numbers.
Yes, sir.
You got their address.
Yes, sir.
You can confirm with absolute certainty that it was Eric and Edgar that were there that night.
Yes, sir.
You felt like you'd been surprised a little bit that when you met with them originally, you thought that they knew that these girls had passed away.
Yes, sir.
Now, in direct examination, you stated that at the end of that conversation, they asked how the girls were doing. That's how you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You don't, but you realize that's not in your report, correct?
Yes, sir. I realize that.
And you could tell that no one had told them anything, is what you said on direct.
That's correct.
But you remember, I mean, you know that that's not in your report, right?
Oh, yes, sir. I know that's not my report.
And in fact, in your report, you specifically say that they were there because they friend told them what had happened to the girls.
That is correct.
That's what your report says.
Yes.
It was generated at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you fact check who that friend was?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you think it was suspicious or important to identify the person that was able to tell these boys within hours that the girls had been murdered, that in fact they needed to go to your police department to provide a statement?
No, sir.
You didn't ask who the friend was?
No, sir.
You didn't figure out how they figured it out?
That's not my part of the investigation. I obtained their information and I provided it to the lead investigator. What the lead investigator does with it, which was Investigator Johnson, is up to Investigator Johnson.
At that time, were you an investigator with the Irving Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Were you investigating a murder on that night?
Yes, sir.
Did two young men come in and say they were the last two people to see Amina and Sarah alive?
That is correct.
Was it within 2.5 hours of the 911 call when we believe is the time of death?
Yes, sir.
And so 2.5 hours after the initial 911 call that kicks this all off, you got two boyfriends coming in saying that they were the last ones to see Amina alive and Sarah alive. That they got a call from a friend and you don't even think to ask who the friend is?
No, sir.
You said Edgar did all the talking.
Edgar did most of the talking.
Edgar told you about the plan to go to Kansas and Oklahoma.
They both kind of told me the plan, but Edgar did most of the talking. Yes, sir.
Edgar told you about coming home.
Yes, sir.
Edgar told you about Sarah going home first and Amina going home after that.
That is correct.
Edgar told you that they saw Yaser with the girls on January 1st, 2008 at an intersection in Louisville.
That is correct.
Edgar told you that they followed him down Old 121.
That is correct.
Edgar told you that they took the 635 exit.
They got on the 121, Highway 121 from Old 21, and that they took the 635 exit.
And they said they saw Yaser take the 114 exit.
Yes, sir.
Did you later learn that their reason for abandoning their pursuit was because Edgar had an uncle in jail in Richardson?
No, sir. Did not
Never
know
heard
that.
about that.
No, sir, I did not.
Did you come to learn later that in fact it was not Edgar and Eric in that vehicle like they told you that night?
No, sir, I did not.
You at no point became aware that it was Edgar Ruiz and his father Victor Huerta in the truck that was following Yaser that night?
No, sir. Did not know that.
If you had known that Edgar had lied to you that night about who was in the vehicle, would it have changed the way you handled that investigation?
I had no reason to believe that these two young men were lying to me, so no, sir, it wouldn't have.
If you knew that one of the boys who was the last one to see Amina or Sarah alive lied to you about where they were and what they were doing the night those girls died, would that have changed your investigation?
Sir, I don't believe either one of those boys were lying to me,
Yes or no
so
question?
I'm going to...
The defense counsel not allowing the witness to answer the question. He's trying to answer the question and he's interrupting. And I think that it's improper at this point and it's argumentative.
Overruled.
Sir, I had no reason to believe that these two young men were lying to me, and therefore I had no reason to believe that this story that they were telling... That this story that they...
Let me rephrase this for you one more
Well, I
time.
don't object to him not being allowed to finish his statement. You overrule the objection, you should be allowed to respond.
Okay, counsel, do you have another question?
I would like to get the answer to this question, if I may.
Okay, go ahead. Ask it again.
Detective Shingle, yes or no? If you knew that Edgar and Eric had lied to you that night when giving you these statements, would that have changed the way that you handled the investigation at that time?
I'm going to object to asking answered at this time.
I need to repeat the question?
Sir, I'm going to explain to you that I had no reason to believe that these two young men were lying to me.
Overruled, counsel. Detective, go ahead.
I had no reason to believe that these two young men were lying to me, so I did not feel like the need to bring them in and do an extensive investigation on these two young men at the time.
So you didn't believe that there was any reason to believe they were being dishonest?
No, sir.
Okay. So, did you fact check their story?
Fact check it as in how?
As in investigating it at all?
Sir, my investigation was I obtained their information and I gave it to Detective Johnson and Detective Hennig.
Did you search them for gunshot residue?
Sir?
Did you search them for gunshot residue?
No, sir.
Did you search them for any sort of DNA?
No, sir.
Did you take their DNA?
I had no reason to believe that they were involved in any offense, sir.
Okay, so you didn't take their DNA?
No, sir.
You didn't take their fingerprints?
Had no reason to believe they were involved, sir.
Did you ask them to search their vehicle?
Had no reason to believe they were involved, sir.
Did you ask them to search their home?
Same response, sir.
Did you ask them to search their cell phones?
The same response, sir.
Did you request warrants to search their phones?
Same response, sir.
Did you request warrants to search their cars?
Same response, sir.
Did you request warrants to search their homes?
Same response,
So
sir.
you didn't do any investigation that would give you the ability to determine their credibility, did you, officer?
Well, there's no reason to yell at me because I, at the time, was just obtaining their information,
You were just doing your job.
and I provided that information to Detective Johnson.
Did you take a written statement from Edgar?
No, sir.
You did not.
No, sir.
So if he told this jury that he gave you a written statement, would he have been lying or you?
Objection, comparative testimony at this time, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the offense for lying under oath?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know what perjury is?
No, I can't provide you that number. No, sir.
It's not a number, it's an offense.
So, I can't provide you with the offense number or anything.
So you don't know what perjury is?
I know what it is, but I can't give you like a penal code number or anything like that.
But if someone were to lie under oath and it was absolutely verifiable, would that be perjury?
I would say so.
And you did not take a written statement from Edgar Reeves that night?
Sir, for the last time, I did not take a written statement from either Edgar or Eric that night.
You retrieved emails from a bunch of people?
I did. Yes,
About
sir.
various things?
Yes, sir.
And you followed up on a bunch of leads?
Yes, sir.
You just didn't take a statement from Eric?
At that time, sir, I did not feel that there was a need to take a statement from those two guys that night.
Did you ever follow up with Edgar and Eric at any point during your investigation?
Sir, I'm going to explain to you one more time that I took that information and I provided it to the lead detective. It's up to that lead detective if he wants to contact those guys again.
So it's Detective Johnson's fault that...
I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but I'm just saying it's up to those two guys. At the time they were there was no need for me to take a written statement, an interview, or anything like that.
Let me ask it a different way. Whose job was it to eliminate them as suspects?
I think through the investigation, if they would have had become a suspect, then it would have been Investigator Johnson or Hennig's responsibility.
I'm fairly certain I believe it was your direct testimony at the very beginning that said that there were multiple suspects.
No, I don't believe I said that.
Statement of the testimony that the Investigator Shingle was provided.
Overruled.
How many times did you speak to Edgar during the course of your investigation?
That night?
How many times did your agency speak to Edgar during the course of this investigation?
I don't know, sir.
How many times did you speak to Eric during the course of your investigation?
That night?
How many times did your agency speak to Eric during the course of this?
I do not know, sir.
How many times did you speak to Victor Huerta during the course of your investigation?
I don't even know who Victor is.
How many times did your agency speak to Victor Huerta during the course of your investigation?
I don't know, sir. I don't know who Victor is.
Did you ever get any calls concerning potentially Patricia as being a suspect in this?
I don't remember if I got a phone call on that or not.
You don't remember, do you recall her sister calling and asking you to open an investigation?
I don't remember if that was to me or somebody else, but no, sir, I don't remember.
You recall, but you seem to be somewhat familiar with the concept.
There was some talk. There was some talk, but I don't know what that talk was.
They were the only two ones there that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess quickly, you said you didn't think anything of it because they were high school boys?
Think of it as how? What do you rephrase your question for me, sir?
Your testimony on direct was that something about them not really being that big a deal to you because they were just a couple high school kids.
We knew how to get a hold of them, and yes, sir, they were just high school kids. So I felt like if we needed to get a hold of them at a future date, they wouldn't be hard to find.
So you didn't know that Edgar was actually in college?
No, sir, I did not.
Is their name? Right?
Yes, sir.
Their date of birth?
Yes, sir.
Their cell phone number?
Yes, sir.
That's all you thought you had to do that night?
That's not all I had to do that night during that investigation, but at that time, that's all I needed to do, to identify those two boys, provide the information that they had provided me, and I put it in a report.
Final question. The past 14 years, this investigation has relied significantly on the comments that those two boys made to you that night. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
It eliminated them as suspects.
Okay.
It has created if you were to find out 14 years after the fact that Edgar had lied to you, that it wouldn't change anything at all?
I don't think Edgar lied to me that night, sir.
If there was indisputable evidence that Edgar lied to you that night.
Sir,
That lie sat for 14 years during this investigation. You don't think that it would have changed anything?
Sir, at that time, I didn't have any reason to believe Edgar was lying to me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, Judge. Investigator Shingle, did you ever listen to the 911 call that Sarah made that night?
I heard that call several times, yes,
Are you
ma'am.
aware that Sarah said that her dad shot her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let me,
Objection, Your Honor, I'm going to object to testifying.
well,
The
Your Honor,
911 dispatcher never put that in evidence. He's the only witness that they've called at this point that had any ability to listen to that and actually try and put that statement into evidence. So for him, this is improper attempt to introduce this evidence.
well, Your Honor, I can republish the 911 call if that's the case. It's already in evidence. And Detective Johnson did testify that that was Sarah's voice.
I
So,
believe that it would be up to the jury to determine what that call said, not the prosecutor.
The objection's overruled.
so you're aware that Sarah said her dad shot her? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let me go back to why Edgar, just very briefly, because I know we've hammered this over and over again about Edgar and Eric. But when Edgar and Eric showed up, they told, according to the defense counsel, because he's the one that brought it up, they didn't know, they came to the police station because they received a call from a friend saying police were at Amina and Sarah's house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did they identify to you at that point that they knew Amina and Sarah were dead?
No, ma'am.
And you would have put that in your report if they had told you were aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass witness at this time.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You said you would have put that in your report?
I would have put it in my report, yes, sir.
Just like you put the direct testimony that you could tell that no one told him in your report?
What part is that?
The part where you testified on direct examination that you said at that time that you could tell that no one had told them anything. And I asked you on cross-examination if that was in your report, and you said, no, sir, it wasn't.
It was not in my, you're
Okay.
correct, it's not in my report.
And what about when they asked how the girls were doing at the end of conversation? You put that in direct examination, but it wasn't in your report, was
It's
it?
not in my report,
So
no,
there's
sir.
some things that you've testified to today that weren't in your report.
I'm sure there's a lot of things I testified to that with these two guys coming in here, there is no written statement like you've asked me several times. These are just notes that I put in the report. You can ask Investigator Johnson or Hennig about the notification process. I'm telling you right now that everything I did was in that report. If you want to crucify me for not saying that I notified them of the death, then okay, I'm about the death.
I'm entirely confused by that last statement you just made. Is everything in your report, or is not everything in your report?
I believe everything's in my report.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called jihad to Can we get him a clear mask, please? Clear mask, thank you very much.
The easiest way to put this on. Okay. Over your ears. That goes over your nose. Oh, let's see.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Tafal.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your first and last name for the court and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Okay, my name is Jihad Tafal. First name Jihad. Last name Tafal.
And Mr. Tafal, are you retired or are you currently working?
I'm not working right now. Like this is semi-retired.
Semi-retired?
Yeah.
So, let me ask you this. When you were working, what did you do for work?
I drove a cab for a long time,
How long did you drive cabs?
almost 25.
Area.
I work in Dallas, I work in Irving, I work all over.
DFW, Dallas.
Yes,
Did you ever drive for a taxi?
yes,
Yeah?
yes.
Which years?
Oh, that was in 2007.
2007?
Yes, ma'am.
Just that 1 year?
Probably a few months, I'm not sure, but it was in 2007.
What kind of cab were you driving in 2007?
I think it was you mean it's
The
about,
model and the color.
oh, the color is like orange.
It was orange?
Yes, and I think it was a Taurus cab.
And a Taurus.
Yes.
So when you would drive in Irving, where would you usually work? Was there a specific place that you would go, maybe in the daytime or in the nighttime to get more customers?
Yeah, daytime usually I go to the FW. Nighttime I go like to Northwest, which is Northwest Highway, which is a bunch of restaurants and gentlemen clubs.
Okay. So let me ask you, so daytime you would go to the airport?
Sometimes it depends. Yes.
Okay, and you pick up passengers there?
Yes.
And then nighttime, where would you go?
I go like Northwest Highway, which is where all the restaurants and clubs.
Did they have a gentleman's club over there?
Oh yes.
What was the name of that gentleman's club?
The Lodge.
The Lodge.
That's the famous one.
That's the famous one. And that was in Irving.
It was no, it's Dallas.
Dallas.
It's like the border between Dallas and Irving.
Between Dallas and Irving.
Yeah, almost, but it's in Dallas area.
While you were working, let's say you had a night shift and you would frequent DFW by the name of Yaser Saeed?
Yes.
Okay, how did you meet him?
I met him at the Gentleman Club. That's the first time I met him.
At the lodge?
Yes.
Was he also working as a cab driver?
Yes.
At that time, did Yaser drive for Jet Taxi? Do you know?
As far as I know, no.
He did not.
No.
Okay. What color was his cab?
I believe it was white.
It was white?
Yes, as far as I remember.
Do you remember what type of model he had?
No, ma'am.
So you're working, you meet Yaser, and you just begin talking, or
Yes, yes, chatting, talking about business most of the time, joking.
waiting on customers?
Oh, yes.
Would you say that you and Yaser Saeed were friends, acquaintances? Had you ever met his family? Had you ever been invited to his house?
Never. All just we meet each other when we work. That's it. We never have any social life between my family and his family.
So you didn't know his wife?
No.
You didn't know his children?
No, ma'am.
You'd never been invited to his house for dinner?
Never.
Okay. So the only contact you had with him is when you would be working?
Work, yes, when we work.
Now, did you also sometimes hang out at any other locations? You have the lodge, you have DFW Airport, what about any gas station?
Yes.
Where did you hang out?
Usually I go to the gas station in Irving, 114 and Esther Boulevard.
And that's Estes, E-E-S?
Esters, E-S-T-E-R-S.
E-S-T-E-R-S.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of that gas station?
I believe the first it was Sheldon, they changed to Valero. They changed so many names.
Yeah.
It's hard to remember, to be honest.
That's true. Okay, so when you would go to the gas station, would you be taking a break, or you just be?
Sometimes I go get some drink, plus, because the gas station around it, bunch of hotels. Sometimes people walk to me, said, oh, can you take us to the club? Can you take us to the restaurant? I get some business sometimes while standing there.
Okay. Did you ever see Yaser at that gas station?
No, I saw him, I think he used to go to Dennis, which is Dennis restaurant and gas station next to each other, exactly. I mean,
So the Denny's was close off of 114 Esters?
yeah, exactly, next to the gas station.
Right next to it?
Exactly. It's almost the same parking lot,
I understand. So you would see Yaser at the Denny's, and you would be at the gas station?
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, not all the time, once in a while.
Okay. Was there ever a particular date that you saw Yaser at that Denny's parking lot?
Yeah.
You were at that gas station around Christmas of 2007?
It was like a few days before Christmas, in 2007, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly the date, but it was a few days before Christmas. I remember that.
Okay, so a few days before Christmas?
Yes, it could be 4, 5, 4, 3, I don't remember exactly, but it was before Christmas.
And Christmas is always December 25th?
Exactly.
Okay, so maybe the 22nd, maybe the 23rd, can't remember.
Or 21st, exactly, I don't know.
Oh, the 21st?
It-
Okay.
It's hard to tell you.
That's okay, that's okay, I know it's been a long time. So you see Yaser and he's at the Denny's parking lot?
Yes,
Okay, and you're at the,
gas station, which, yeah, like I said, when you look to your right, you will see Dennis, even you see the customer inside Dennis,
okay.
especially nighttime.
And does Yaser come up to speak to you?
I saw him, I think he came out, then I saw him, we say hi together when we end up then in the parking lot of the gas station that night. It was a night time.
What was that time?
Yeah, we end together in the parking lot.
So y'all are both in the parking lot of the gas station?
Exactly.
Okay, does he have his white taxi?
Yes, it still he has, yeah.
And then you have your orange?
My orange cab, exactly.
What does Yaser say to you?
He didn't actually, like I said, we start talking together about the business. Then I mentioned to him, listen, I'm gonna turn in my cab to the owner because my wife family coming to visit in Christmas. I don't want to keep the cab and pay for it while the cab's sitting at home. He said, well, I like to have it. I said, okay, what about your...
Let me stop you there, Mr. Jones.
Yes,
Mr. Tafal, excuse me. So you're just talking and you tell him, hey, my wife's family's coming in town for Christmas.
exactly.
Okay? And I'm not gonna be able to make any money because I'm gonna be at home.
It's gonna be, the cab will be sitting,
It's gonna sit there.
it doesn't make sense to pay for something sitting home, you're not using.
Tell the jury real quickly about how it works. So do you lease the cab per day or per week? How do you pay for it?
You lease it weekly.
You lease it weekly?
Yeah, and depends on the company. Some people like charge you like $350 a week, sometimes 400, sometimes 200. It depends on the company.
Okay, so you pay someone like a fleet owner?
Yes, exactly,
You pay a fleet owner who has these cars, they lease it to you.
exactly.
You sign for a contract?
Yeah, you have to sign with the big company, yeah, with the main company.
So you sign a contract with Jet Taxi,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whoever owned the cab.
whoever owns the cab, in
Yeah.
your case with the orange taxi, it would have been Jet Taxi.
Exactly,
You sign a contract with Jet Taxi, you tell them how long you want to lease it, and you pay them weekly.
exactly,
So let's say you have to pay them $100 a week, but you make $200, you get to keep $100.
exactly.
Okay.
Whatever you make, you keep, just you pay them
You just
the
pay
lease. Yes,
Okay. So in this case, you knew you were not gonna make any money because your wife's family was coming to town and your cab would just sit there, but you would still have to pay a weekly fee.
exactly, that's correct.
So you tell Yaser Saeed, hey, my wife's family's coming in town, I'm not gonna be using my cab, I'm gonna give my cab back to the fleet owner.
Exactly.
And what does Yaser Saeed tell you?
He said, I would like to have it. I said, how come? You already have a cab. He said, oh, the guy I deal with, I'm not happy with him. I said, okay.
Let me stop you there. So he tells you, I want your cab.
Exactly.
Okay? And the person who told you that he wanted your cab, Yaser Saeed, do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, he's right there.
Will you
So
please identify him by article of clothing he's wearing?
it's like a dark suit next to that lady with the face shield.
And what color is his mask?
It's blue.
Okay? Your Honor, we ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. So he tells you that he wants your cab.
Yes, ma'am.
And your response is, why?
Yeah, exactly. He said, I'm not happy with the guy, which is, I guess his name Masood. He said, I'm not happy with him. I said, okay.
Meaning his fleet owner.
Yes, exactly.
So he tells you, I want your cab because I don't want.
I'm not happy with that guy. You know,
not happy with the
which is normal. You know, you lease from somebody you're not happy with, you lease you go to somebody else because you are self-employed.
Okay.
You don't have really any.
Mr. Stefan, let me tell you, we're talking a little fast. The court
I'm
reporter has to
sorry.
take- That's okay.
I'm sorry.
The court reporter has to take down everything that we say, okay?
I'm sorry.
So I will slow down as well, but let's just try to make sure that when I finish, then you answer.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
So he tells you, Yaser Saeed tells you that he's having trouble with his fleet owner and he wants your cab.
Like I said, he's not happy with him. You know, he's not comfortable with him.
He's not comfortable with
Yeah,
you.
or not happy. I mean, I don't know exact word, but that's what he said.
Okay, so what do you tell Yaser Saeed? Do you say yes?
I said, okay. Then I called the owner, Abdul, which is the one who owned the cab I drive. I told him, Yaser, which I told him Yaser, because, you know, he knows him. He said, Yaser would like to lease your car because he's not happy. I mean, I told him, yeah, he's going to lease your car. I'm going to give you your car back because my wife family coming to visit me, and I don't want to keep the cab. And Yaser, he said he like to have it. He said, fine, let him have it and make sure he go and contact the company.
Okay, so let's stop right there. So you call Abdul, who is the fleet owner.
He's the owner.
Orange Taxi.
Yes,
Orange Jet Taxi Company.
exactly.
And you, Abdul, Yaser wants the cab, the
Ex-
orange cab.
Yes, ma'am.
And Abdul says, okay, fine, but Yaser must sign paperwork.
The way he said it, he can have it, that means okay to give to him, and because it was night time. I mean, the company office is closed. He said, let him have it, then tomorrow he go and take care of the paperwork.
So not tomorrow, the office is closed.
Exactly. It was like,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But tomorrow, Yaser needed to go
He's supposed-
and sign his own contract.
Exactly.
Like you did.
Exactly. That's
That was communicated to Yaser Saeed.
exactly.
How does Yaser get your orange cab?
Okay. What happened, like I said, I told him when you want the cab, he said, oh, I want your cab. He said, okay, we can leave it at the gas station. Let's go talk to the gas station. I asked him, listen, my friend when I leave his cab for tomorrow, he will come pick it up tomorrow. He said, that's fine, no problem. He parked his car in the parking lot, the gas station, when he came with me. He dropped me off in my house, and he took over the cab.
Okay, so the white cab that Yaser Saeed was driving, he parks it at the gas station.
Exactly.
With the clerk's permission.
With the authority permission, exactly. With the click, yes, permission.
Then he gets in the driver's seat of your orange
Yes,
taxi,
yes, ma'am.
and you are in the passenger seat.
No, I was the driver.
You were the driver.
Yes.
So you're the driver and he's in the passenger
Exactly.
seat.
Because, you know, I'm going to my house. He doesn't know where my house is.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And you drive to your house,
Yes, which is, I used to live in Dallas. Exactly, and he took off.
So now he has possession and control of that orange taxi.
That's correct.
Okay, you think that was around December 21st, December 22nd?
It's still before Christmas, yes.
Do you have any more contact with Yaser Saeed?
Yes.
Do you talk to him on the phone? Do you see him out?
I did call him on the phone like in a couple days.
Couple days later, you talk to him on the
Yeah,
phone?
after he got the cab, I called him like in a couple days. Yes, ma'am.
Why did you call him?
To make sure everything okay that he went to the company. I asked him what's going on. He said, oh, actually, I didn't do anything. I said, what's wrong? He said, I have some issues or problem with my kids. I said, well, when you have kids, you know, that's part of life. You know, that's me. When you have kids, you're going to have some issues. And he said, I didn't work. I said, well, you need to work because you need to pay your lease to Abdul and make sure you contact the company. That's the last time I talked to him.
So you give him instructions, hey, you need to work because you're going to have to pay that weekly?
Yes, and make sure you contact the company. I mean, I want to make sure the company know you're driving the car. I don't want to keep in my car in case, God forbid, have an accident or something. I'm going to be responsible.
Right, or worse,
It-
there's a murder.
Exactly.
All right, so, Yaser Saeed, you call him, you tell him this information. Does he say, okay, I'll drive?
Yeah, he said okay.
Did you also tell him what would be a good opportunity to get business?
Not really.
Okay, did you ever mention anything about leave?
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah, I told him, yeah, try to work on New Year's Eve because you know a lot of people get drunk. You know how it is. Yeah, and they said, I said, yeah, try to work at least New Year's Eve. You're gonna make money.
Okay.
Exactly. I told him that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you said work New Year's Eve, you'll make money.
Yes.
Okay. So, when is the next time you hear from Yaser Saeed? Do you hear from him again?
Never. I'm sorry.
The
What?
Irving Police.
Oh yes.
Irving Police contact you about
Yes.
the orange taxi?
Yeah. It was on January 1st, 2008.
Do you remember who called you?
Actually, the owner, Abdul, called me. When he told,
Abdul?
yeah, the owner of the cab, he said, hey, one of the Irving police officer want to talk to you. He just asked me, you know what Mr. Saeed or Yaser is?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you need to talk, did you communicate with the Irving Police?
Yes.
Okay. Were they trying to find out or find you? Were they trying to find you?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
what information did you give the Irving Police?
you mean the January 1st?
Yes, January 1st.
Or he just asked me, do you know where Mr. Saeed is? I said, no. That's the only thing he asked me. He said, do you have an idea where he be? I said, no, I have no idea.
Okay.
That's yes.
Okay. Was it your impression that Abdul had already talked to the police when he called you?
Probably he did, yeah, because I think they were in his house, I believe.
So they went to Abdul's house?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
That Yaser had the cab and not you?
He's supposed to, because
You told Abdul on the phone
Oh.
that Yaser was driving the cab?
yeah, when I called him, I told him, yes, I'd like to have, I'm sure he knows that I gave the cab to him.
Tafal?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if Yaser Saeed smoked or did not?
Oh, he used to smoke a lot. Even one time he got mad and threw the cigarette. He said, give me a headache.
Okay, so he smoked a lot. Do you know what happened to Mr. Not Mr. Elzazon. Do you know what happened to Yaser Saeed's white taxi?
Like I said, he left at the gas station and he said he's gonna come tomorrow and pick it up and take it back. I don't know where. I have no idea.
You never saw it again?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Tafal.
Hi, how are you, ma'am?
Good, thank you. My name is Bahram News, and I am one of the attorneys representing Mr. Saeed, okay? So I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here. You said, how long did you know Yaser before, this whole incident?
It could be 5, 6, 7 years. Exactly. It's hard to say exactly how many years, but at least 5 or 6 years.
So a good amount of time.
Yes.
Did you think he was a nice man when you guys,
When we used to work together, yes, he was a nice guy.
nice guy? Did he ever threaten you?
No,
Did he ever threaten women or verbally be rude to women in front of you?
no,
Did y'all ever have conversations about family?
no.
What did y'all talk about?
Mainly business or, just make some jokes.
And that's common, right?
Exactly.
In the business of taxi driving, in life.
I'm sorry?
Is that common in your business?
Oh yeah, like I said, mainly about business. Oh, I make this money last night. I did good job. That I make 300 or 200, whatever. Just about business. And sometimes we make joke, we laugh. To kill time because sometimes you wait like 2-3 hours to get a trip. For that we just talk and joke.
Did you ever hear about Mr. Saeed having issues with passengers or anything like that in his taxi?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Saeed with a gun?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Saeed pull a gun on anyone? Did you ever hear about Mr. Saeed being abusive to his wife?
no, ma'am. Like I said, I have no idea about his family. I never met his family. I never heard nothing.
Nobody's ever, but all y'all are pretty tight in the community of driving, right?
No, I mean we are tight. Like I said, we just friends working together. We don't really have like social life.
So it's common to work hard and not have a social life and just hang out at each other's homes and go to parties all the time, right? Because everybody's working.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, we just know each other, like I said, from working together. We don't have any social life as a family, like visiting each other. Like I said, I know so many people, my driver. Some people, I have my best friend, we do have visitation. But some people I know, just friends for when we work. If we don't work, we don't see each other.
Were you shocked when you heard it and saw the news and all the reports that Irving Police was putting on TV about Mr. Saeed when they found the taxi? Were you shocked by what you heard?
Sure, I mean, sure I was shocked.
Do you have children of your own?
No,
Do you recall, do you feel that Mr. Saeed was borrowing that taxi to cheat or hide something, or do you think that he just asked because he wanted to make some money over the holiday?
no, he wanted the taxi because he wanna change the taxi because he wasn't happy with the other owner.
With the other owner?
Exactly.
There wasn't any other reason that you felt that Mr. Saeed was asking for that taxi?
No, that's the only reason because he's not happy with that guy. He wanna just get this car because Abdul.
That's common in your business.
Exactly.
Pass the witness.
Your question, Your Honor. Go ahead. Mr. Tofal, that's what Yaser Saeed told you, right? He told you he needed your taxi because he wasn't happy with his fleet owner,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You don't know what his mind is thinking.
Sure, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yaser Saeed, but he tells you the reason he wants your cab is because he's having problems with his fleet owner.
Exactly.
Is the lodge very close to the Omni Mandalay?
Oh yes, it's not like even maybe 5-6 minutes.
Driving?
Yes, yes, ma'am, driving.
And did you frequently work the Omni Mandalay?
That was like 20 years ago, like in the 2000s. I did work, yes, because I used to work for Executive Cab, which is we used to have the main business there.
And you used to work frequently for the Omni Mandalay?
Yes,
Do you know how the cab line works?
yes.
How does it work?
I mean, there's a cab stand, and whenever they need a cab, the billman just wait for you, and you go and pick up the customer.
And do you have to wait in line until
Yes,
it's done?
yes, you have to wait in line. Yes, ma'am.
And this is something that's known by, if you're working as a taxi cab driver and you work that area, you would know that.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
I have a few questions, Your Honor. In regards to the Omni taxi line, nobody has to show their ID or anything to go through that driveway, right?
Yes. Yes, nobody has to.
Yeah, they just drive through, right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Any car can go through that taxi driveway. Sometimes people do it by accident even, right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
When you've been sitting in the taxi line at Omni Mandalay, did you see cars turn from the apartments by accident onto that little driveway and then go out and leave by accident?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
I guess my question should be more
Because the cab stand is on this side, and the hotel on this side. For that, this is only mainly for the cab stand, for the taxis.
mainly
Exactly.
But sometimes other vehicles would drive through there.
It could, yes, yes.
Okay.
It could be.
Okay, and then when it comes to the Omni Hotel, you hadn't been there at all. When was the last time you'd been to the Omni Hotel?
Like I said, maybe 2000, 2000 something.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness?
No further questions for this witness. May this witness be excused.
Defense?
No objection.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you. Have a good day. Can I keep this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, do you all need a break at this time, or do you want to power through? Would you like a break? 15-minute break? Okay. Please be seated. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
State called Abdul Al-Hassan.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that there is an interpreter. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record and your number?
J. Ham 387, license number.
Okay. And do you swear that you will interpret?
Oh,
Do you swear that you will interpret from English to Arabic, and from Arabic to English, as accurately as possible to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Your Honor.
Thank you. And would you ask Mr. Abdul El Hassan to raise his Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the whole truth and the truth to help you God?
هل تحلف حلف اليمين إن كل الأجوبة كلها صدق ولا شيء غير الصدق؟
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Can we get a cinematic for
اكتب اسمك عبد الحسن.
What else?
Yeah, you pull the string down. Then, yeah, just set the spin back and pull the string out of your eye.
Right. So far?
Good afternoon, Mr. El.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your first and last name for the court and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
ممكن تذكر اسمك الأول والآخر للمحكمة وللكاتبة.
عبد المنعم الحسن.
ABDELNEIM ELHASS.
Does everyone know you by Abdul?
Abdul, yes.
اسمك Abdul.
Very much, yeah.
Yes, very much.
Are you pretty well known, or you used to be pretty well known as a taxi cab fleet owner?
Yes.
من زمان إنك صاحب شركة التاكسي كاب من زمان معروف.
I can talk English better than if you.
I can speak English.
I can speak English, and if I need help, I can ask him. I can express myself for such a thing like that by myself.
Well, it's usually, I'm sorry, I
That's
don't.
fine if the witness says he can speak English and he understands. Let's go
Yes,
ahead.
100%.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Is the question?
Mr. Alfonso, so you used to be a fleet owner, is that right?
Yes, I used to be a fleet owner with the yellow cab, and I used to be also like assistant manager in jet taxi before it goes to.
Okay, so you're a fleet owner for Yellow Cab and a system owner for Jet Taxi.
Jet taxi before.
What does it mean to be a system owner?
Assistant manager.
System manager?
Yes.
Assistant manager, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. So you were assistant manager for Jet Taxi
Yes, I used to be before that.
before you were a fleet owner?
Yes, and then I came fleet owner in the yellow cab for around 10 years.
For 10 years?
Yes.
Which years?
2006 up to 2015.
2006,
Like 9 years so far, yeah.
Okay. 2006 to 2015.
15, I quit that one.
Okay. As a fleet owner, do you have several cabs that you lease to taxi cab drivers?
2 cabs and over is just considered fleet owner. Just if one is going to be owner operator, the other 2 or 3 or 4 or more or several is fleet owner.
Okay, so how many cars did you have as a fleet owner?
At times like start with 2, 3, 4, 5 and go up to 10 and then diminish it and then right now is nothing.
Okay,
I'm not even in the
excuse me,
business.
sir. Can you pull the mic closer to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at one time when you started, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 cabs? And then at one point you had up to 10, is that right?
Yes,
And then right now, no cabs?
no cabs. Yeah.
So you are no longer a fleet owner?
No longer fleet owner, no longer taxi driver.
Are you retired?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I have a business. It's like what do you call it? The business of I'm selling cars. You know what you call it?
Car sales.
Dealer time. Dealer. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Car dealer.
Car dealer.
Car dealer?
Yes.
Do you have a dealership? So as a fleet owner, if someone wants to lease a taxi cab, they have to pay a weekly rate, is that right?
Yes.
And how much were those rates going about in 2007?
It varies. I don't exactly remember for 7 and 8 like that. Sometimes a company is competing with other company like that. So it depends, 100, 200 sometimes. It depends. If the car is a car with a GPS, it's going to be like 250. It depends.
So if a cab had GPS on it, it might be more?
I just have one.
You had one cab that had GPS?
Just one have that, the one that did that.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
I just have one GPS, that cab which is have that incidence.
Okay, let me ask you about that. So, are you talking about in 2007, I want to direct your attention to 2007, okay? The fleet that you had as a fleet owner, are you saying that you only had with GPS?
Yeah, like 2000, I guess this GPS, I get it around 2008 exactly. I put it, one car, that's it.
Okay, which car was that?
The same car that have the guy, kill his,
Okay.
yeah.
So the one that Jihad was driving?
Yes, the only one that what Jihad was driving.
Was that an orange?
And I made it special for Jihad so that he said he need to work with computer.
Okay, let me back up. So out of your fleet of taxi cabs, you have as a fleet owner one taxi cab that has GPS.
Yes,
And that is the orange taxi cab that you leased to Jihad Tafal.
yes.
And that taxi cab with the GPS was made specifically for Jihad. Is that what you're saying?
We just, it is a taxi, can work without it, but if somebody need it, we do it. But that's what we do it for Jihad. He said he need to work outside, and we get him. He used to work like in the airport. Then he said he could work outside, and he worked outside. He is the one who said to me.
Hold on one second, sir. Will both sides approach? All right, Mr. Abdul El Hassan,
Yes.
we're going to use the interpreter, okay? Because he was officially assigned to help us today, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you very much. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you wait for the interpreter to interpret the question,
All right.
and then you respond in Arabic, and the interpreter will interpret back in English, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll go back. So as a fleet owner in 2007 or 2008, how many taxi cabs did you have?
ب 2007 و 2008 كم كان تاكسي كاب عندك؟
Around 5 or something like that.
Five,
It's
something like
varies. 5.
5.
So far, يعني, as far as I
As
remember.
far as I know.
Remember. It's a long time.
It's been a long time ago.
And out of all 5 of those, only one had a GPS.
كل هدول الخمسة بس فيها واحدة من هذول التاكسي فيها
Yes.
جي بي اس بس واحدة فيها.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was the orange taxi that was leased to Jahid Tafal.
وهذا التاكسي الأورنج اللي كان لجهاد.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, to lease a taxi from a fleet owner, must you sign a contract?
كل واحد بده يستأجر تاكسي من الفليت اونر لازم يوقع عقد.
Contract on company, yes.
Contract with a company.
You have to sign the contract so they know who is driving the car, is that right?
المفروض العقد علشان يكونوا عارفين مين مع السيارة ومين بيسوقها.
That's right.
Correct. Yes, that's right.
Who signed the contract for the orange taxi?
مين اللي وقع العقد للتاكسي الأورنج؟
The manager of the jet taxi over there in yellow car.
The manager of the yellow cab.
أيوة.
The manager at the yellow cab.
Okay. Whose name was leased for that orange taxi? Was it Jahid Tafal?
لمين أجروها؟
جهاد فاضل.
Hmm?
جهاد yeah.
Yeah, to Jihad.
Okay. At some point, did Jahid and Yaser Saeed call you asking if Yaser Saeed could take Jahid Tafal's orange taxi?
في وقت من الأوقات جهاد وسعيد الاثنين اتصلوا فيك علشان يعملوا اتفاقية يستعملوا السيارة. في وقت من الأوقات كلموا معك.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they did call you?
Like midnight.
At midnight.
Like 12:30 or 1 o'clock. Late night.
12:30 or 1 o'clock.
Excuse me, Mr. El Hassan?
Yeah.
Would you speak in your native tongue, please? So that,
Okay.
because we don't want the interpreter
I'm sorry.
interpreting from English to English.
All right.
Okay?
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
12 o'clock, at 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
جهاد اتصل علي.
Jihad called me.
And he said he need a car. He can take it to what his name Yaser.
He said, I want to take the car to Yaser.
No, he
Or
won't.
give the car to Yaser.
Yeah. If okay, said.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah.
He asked.
Yeah, and I said tomorrow let him come over there and do
I
it.
said tomorrow, let him go over there.
Mr. El Hassan,
بالعربي.
Mr. El Hassan,
Yes.
do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want you to speak in, okay?
كلم بالعربي.
العقد خلاص صار عمل أنا العقد. عشان يمشي يعمل العقد و.
Yeah, tell him to come and do the contract tomorrow.
To the company.
Company.
الشركة.
Okay.
Not the.
Do you remember the day they called you?
تتذكر التاريخ اللي اتصلوا فيه في هذا الليل؟
I don't exactly. قبل الكريسماس شوية.
Right before Christmas, a little time before Christmas.
Instructed Yaser Saeed to go the next day to fill out the lease paperwork.
Yes. احنا بالأوراق. طلبت منه.
أنا ما حكيت مع ياسر.
I did not speak to Yaser.
تو جهاد.
I spoke to Jihad.
قلت له امشي خلي لو عايز يسوق معي خليه يمشي.
I said if he wants to do that, let him come.
No, let him go over there to company.
Come to the office.
يمشي الشركة يجهز العقد بتاعه وأوراقه كلها وبعد ذاك يجي نديه العقد.
And they'll prepare the contract.
So So you talked to Jihad, and your understanding is Jihad told Yaser this information.
انت اتكلمت مع جهاد وانت
Objection hearsay.
جهاد قال له
Overruled.
ما فاهم شنو؟
انت اتكلمت مع جهاد انه يتكلم مع ياسر يعمل هذا الشيء.
انا
مظبوط.
اي حدا بيجيني انا زول في الشؤون اي واحد بيتصل علي لو كان ياسر او غيره
Anyone
برسل
who
الكمباني
calls either Yaser or anyone else,
برسل للشركة على اساس يعمل
I'll send them to the company to do that paperwork.
وبعد ذاك حسلم العربي.
To give them the car.
Thank you. So if you drive a taxi and you want to lease it, you know that you need to fill out these paperwork.
يعني إذا واحد بده يستعمل التاكسي لازم يعبي الأوراق ويكملها.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Did Yaser Saeed ever fill out the lease paperwork?
ياسر سعيد عبى هذه الأوراق سواها عملها.
أنا بعد ما مشى.
He didn't.
ما اديناه العربية.
We didn't. Huh?
ما اديناه سيارة وما مشى.
He didn't go there and we didn't give him the car.
Okay. He didn't go, I didn't hear that last part, I'm sorry.
We did not give him the vehicle.
Okay. You did not give him the orange taxi?
أنت ما اديتهوش التاكسي الأورنج؟
أنا اشترطت عنه يمشي أول يعمل الورق بتاعه حتى أجلده.
I asked for him to do that before he takes the car.
So that you told him he must before he took the car.
أنت قلت له لازم يعمل هذه الأوراق قبل ما
كلمت عليه كلمت مع جهاد.
I spoke to Jihad about that.
I never talked to
I never spoke to Yaser.
Okay, I understand. You told Jihad that Yaser must sign the paperwork before release that orange taxi.
أنت قلت لجهاد إنه ياسر
Objection asked and answered.
يعبي الأوراق قبل ما ياخذ السيارة. Yes.
Okay. But you don't know if Jihad gave the car to Yaser.
أنت ما بتعرف إذا جهاد أعطى العربية لياسر.
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, but you personally allow Yaser to drive the car because he needed to sign a contract first.
بس أنت شخصيا اسمع أنت شخصيا ما سمحتش لياسر ياخذ العربية لأنه ما وقع العقد.
بالضبط.
Correct. Exactly.
I understand. At any point, did you get called by the Irving Police Department on New Year's Day?
بيوم السنة الجديدة البوليس Irving Police Department اتصلوا فيك؟
Yes.
Yes.
Why did they call you?
إيش السبب اتصلوا فيك؟
اتصلوا في على أساس قالوا السيارة دي.
They called me about this car.
Under my name.
Under my name.
Where are you? And they came to جو البيت بتاعي فتشوه.
They came to my home and searched it.
Yes. And they told me الراجل يعني عمل جريمة تغطي في العربي.
جريمة إيش؟
They told me one driver اللي هو ياسر عمل جريمة تغطي في السيارة.
They said that the man named Yaser committed murder in the car.
Did you tell them who had that orange taxi?
أنت قلت له مع مين كانت الأورنج تاكسي المفروض تكون مع مين؟
أنا الأورنج تاكسي المفروض يكون assigned مع جهاد.
I told them that the orange taxi is assigned to Jihad.
لكن لما جابوا لي خبر ياسر وما استبعدت عنه.
But when they told me about Yaser, I was not surprised.
I was surprised.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. El Hassan, my name is Bahram Yu, so I'm going to be asking you some questions. The last statement you said you weren't surprised about them calling you about Yaser. Do you mean you weren't surprised that he was using the taxi, right?
أنت لما قلت أنت ما كنتش متفاجئ على ياسر. أنت كنتش متفاجئ لأنه كان يستعمل التاكسي. ولا ما كنتش متفاجئ على إيش؟
أنا متفاجئ عنه كيف استعملوه.
I was surprised how he was using the taxi. I was surprised how he was using the taxi.
You were surprised that people were found dead inside the taxi, is that right?
أنت كنت متفاجئ.
Both.
في كان ناس.
الاثنين.
Two of them, yes.
Because you didn't think he would ever do such a thing.
أنت ما كنت يعني ما تعتقد إنه هو عمل هذا الشيء مظبوط؟
لا no.
No.
مشكلة. أنا surprised أنا طبعا في جريمة murder دي surprise. Besides هو.
Besides, a murder is a surprise.
هو ساق السيارة يعني.
But I was surprised that he was driving the
هذا
vehicle.
اسمه لأنه ما اداني جهاد ما كلم.
جهاد إيش؟
جهاد ما كلمني قال لي أنا اديته ياسر.
Jihad did not tell me that he gave the car to him.
Okay. So you are just communicating, to be clear, you and Jihad communicating to each other.
انت كنت جهاد بس تتكلموا مع بعض ما فيش حد ثاني يعني بس انتوا الاثنين مظبوط؟
Yes.
Yes.
And when they told you about, when they came to your home, right, what did they search in your home?
لما اجوا على بيتك على ايش كانوا يدوروا؟
بدور على ياسر زي اللي ياسر السيف.
They were looking for Yaser.
Yes.
They searched for.
لأنه سيارة باسمي عشان كده جو البيت.
لأن السيارة باسمك.
وجو فتش البيت.
Because the car's in my name, they came looking and they were searching the home.
I believe so. I guess. And they told me that وروني أنه في جريمة في السيارة.
They said there was murder.
Question about GPS. You were talking about the GPS in the orange taxi. Can GPS turn off by itself?
الجي بي اس بالتاكسي كان ممكن يطفي لوحده ولا لازم تطفي؟
لوحده يعني إذا كمبيوتر لو كان ملا بيعمل لوك لكن ما بيطفي.
If it's full, it locks.
Pass the witness.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
May we please see this witness in the matter? Thank you.
This part goes over the nose, and it's just easier to put those over here.
State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your first and last name for the court, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
Joe Hennig, Joe, last Ennig.
And were you previously a detective with the Urban Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you currently retired, or do you work in some with the Urban Police?
I'm retired, and I currently work for them as a vendor, doing backgrounds on employees.
Is that part-time or full-time job?
Part-time.
How long were you a detective with the Urban Police Department?
28 years.
What years?
Of 2016.
When did you start?
In June of 1988.
Were you with Irving PD the entire time of your law enforcement career?
Yes.
And do you do any other part-time work, or you just try to take some time to retire?
Since I retired, I had another little job of I was driving on a rideshare deal where all the drivers were retired or current police officers.
Is that business
No,
still going?
I don't think so. I think hadn't done it for several years now. And I think they're out of business now.
Detective Henning, we've heard from a couple of officers so far several officers so far from Urban PD. And I know that you were not the lead detective in this case, but were you assigned to assist Detective Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on January 1st, 2008?
Yes, ma'am. We were partners.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about how that works. You're partners, so are there some cases that you lead and he would assist?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it decided who gets the lead on the case?
Usually it's the sergeant. He decides it.
The sergeant will call you up and he'll assign it to you.
Yeah, he'll call it up and say, I've already called Randall. He's going to be the lead, but need you to come out and help him.
Okay. And then
Or
you
vice
know-
versa.
How do you know what to do? Do you look to the lead detective to tell you what to do, or y'all just kind of split up the duties?
Me and Randall done it for years and years together, but so we kind of discuss who's going to do what or what. Sometimes the sergeant would tell us how to start out. One go one way, one go the other.
In this case, how did you decide what to do?
In this case, Sergeant Rowan, he said for Randall to go to the crime scene, for me to stay at the station and talk to people.
Okay, so Randall's job was to go out to the crime scene, possibly assist with that, get a search warrant,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you were told to stay at the station.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do first when you were at the station?
I was a little close to the station, like within a few blocks, basically. So when we get called, I'm usually, in this case, I was the first one there. Dispatch, get the call sheets, and try as much as I can about what's going on while I'm waiting on Investigator John, the sergeant.
When you got to the station, were you told, let me ask you this, prior to arriving to the station, when you got the call from Sergeant Rowan, what were you told about the facts of this case?
Basically,
Your Honor, this investigation is not used to prove the asserted, it's what he learned through his investigation.
Rephrase your question.
Okay? As part of your investigation, are you to, if you are to investigate a case, you have to have some information to go off on. Is that right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who would that information come from?
The initial, whenever the sergeant initially calls me, he would tell me a basic, what he kind of knew at that time. In this case, it was just that there was a murder involving two girls. That's pretty much it.
Did you hear there was a 911 call?
Yes,
Did you listen to that 911 call?
yes. When I got to the station, I went to dispatch, and I did not listen to the whole thing, but I listened to part of it.
What part? Beginning or end?
Beginning.
So you personally listened to it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you hear on that 911 call?
It was from, I later learned it was Sarah Saeed that making the call, but it was basically, help, my dad shot me.
And you heard that on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given any information about who you were looking for?
Yes, ma'am. The dispatchers, they originally gave me one name. I think it was the registered owner's name. And then I started making phone calls when I got there. While I'm waiting on Randall and the sergeant showed up, I started making phone calls. And I talked to a couple different people, I believe, and ended up learning that Yaser Saeed was the driver of the cab.
Okay, as long as I've got, let me just make sure this is clear for the record.
Okay.
So you get information from Urban PD that you're going to assist Detective Johnson in investigating the case.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not the lead detective, Detective Johnson is,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? You personally hear a 911 call that says, help, my dad shot me. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But then you go looking for the registered owner of the cab.
Yes, ma'am. Dispatch already had some of that information for me.
To see, that might be another possible, making sure that's not another possible suspect, is that right?
Right.
Okay, so you didn't just go looking for the dad, you wanted to look and continue their investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. So you look for the registered owner, and who's it registered to?
I don't, something Minnie, I believe, or Hussein, I can't remember the exact name.
Abdul El Hassan, is that?
That sounds right, yes.
Did you talk to Abdul El Hassan?
I believe so. And I think he told me someone by the name of Jihad was who he loaned the taxi to.
Okay. Stephanie, do you have a copy of your report?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Do you need your report to refresh your memory?
If you want exact names, yes, ma'am.
I would like that.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, I'm handing a copy of the report. You can tell me the name of the registered owner to that cab.
So it was registered to Abdel Monim El Hassan.
Okay,
And I was at first given the name Abdul Mini, which I think is probably a shortened name of Abdel Monim or whatever. And so then I went from there.
so did you talk to him?
They had talked to another person named Mando before I got there also, and he said that he had just talked to the suspect. So I,
Sustained.
So I'm gonna ask you just about Abdul.
okay, all right.
Did you talk to Abdul? You personally?
Yes,
You did?
yes,
Okay, and what did you find out about that orange cat? Was he the owner?
yes,
Okay. Was he in possession of that orange cat?
no.
Who did you find out was in possession of that orange cat?
He had loaned it to a person by the name of Jihad.
Okay. Did you follow up with Jihad?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Was Jihad in possession of that orange cat that night?
no.
So who was in possession of that orange cat?
Yaser Saeed.
And you gathered that information from whom?
Abdul Hassan, he told me that he had lent it to Jihad, who then lent it to Yaser.
Okay. So at that point, was there any confusion about who the suspect was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So then you know you are looking for Yaser Saeed.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next when you were at the Urban Police Department? I understand that Detective Johnson is at the scene, he's getting a search warrant. What are you doing?
Well, at that point, they're still en route. So I'm putting together this information, and I'm on the phone talking with them and trying to determine who is actually driving the cab. And then while I'm on the phone, Investigator Johnson and my Sergeant Rowan, they show up.
They show back up to the police station.
Yeah, well, they're just now responding. They're just now arriving. So then we talk, we discuss what I found out, and then that's when Sergeant Rowan then tells Johnson to go to the scene and that I'm going to stay there.
Okay, let me make sure, because I think I've
Yeah.
issues.
No, they came to the station. I'm sorry.
You get there first because you're down the street.
Yep.
I understand that. And then Sergeant Rowan and Detective Johnson arrive, and that's when it's decided Johnson will go to the crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So when Johnson is at the crime scene, what are you doing back at the police station?
I'm back at the police station, making phone calls and talking to, shortly after I'm there, Randall leaves to go to the station. Louisville Police Department brings Patricia Saeed, their mother, and their brother Islam to the station.
Okay. Do you speak to Patricia Saeed and Islam Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they aware at that time that the girls have been murdered?
No,
Do you give them that information?
I do.
And how do they take it? What was their demeanor?
Patricia's very upset. Of course, when I tell her, she becomes very upset. Islam's somewhat upset, not as upset as Patricia is.
Like, give me an example of how upset Patricia was. Do you recall?
Do what?
Do you recall how Patricia was acting?
I believe she was just kind of like frantic and just upset. I think she's crying.
Very emotional.
Yes, ma'am.
Islam, maybe so, maybe not.
He was not as emotional, no.
But do you believe there responses were appropriate at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then before I'm gonna ask you a follow-up question soon. What about Aunt Connie Maggio? Did you end up talking to her and notifying her that her nieces have been murdered?
Yes, I asked Patricia if there was someone I could get to come be with her, and she told me Connie.
So you called Connie?
I called Connie, and she was already en route, matter of fact.
She was on the road?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell her that her nieces had been murdered?
I'm not sure if I told her at that time or not. May have, but I'm not positive. But I did tell her that she was needed there. And I'm sorry, I'm not finding it right away. My supplements tend to be very long. Yeah, yes, looks like I did tell her.
You did tell Connie?
Yes.
Okay. So you gave the bad news to Patricia, Islam, and to Connie?
I'm sorry.
So you gave that bad news to Patricia, Islam, and Connie?
Yeah, I'm still not, I know I did the Patricia and Islam, I'm still not, it doesn't specifically say here that I told Connie, but I told her that she was needed and she was on her way.
Okay. Did you interview Patricia?
Did I ever what?
Did you interview Patricia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you interview Patricia?
To find out what was, to also find out where the girls, when she last saw the girls and what was going on before this happened and what was leading up to this.
Was Patricia Saeed a suspect? Was she even thought to have been with the girls at the time?
No, ma'am.
What about Islam Saeed? Was he a suspect?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask Patricia about the circumstances surrounding the murders?
What leading up to it? Yes, ma'am.
Leading up to it, okay. Through your investigation, did you learn that there had been a missing persons report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about the circumstances surrounding that.
December the 25th, all left without telling anybody where they were going, and I think a day or two later, Yaser and his son Islam, I think it's the Louisville Police Department, made a missing persons report.
Were they in fact missing, Sarah, Amina, and Patricia?
Where they were. First, she told me no, but then the more I talked to her, she'd tell me different bits and pieces about things that happened. That night, I talked to her several different times. I would step out, get some information from various people, then I'd come back in and talk some more. And so I was in and out, and different people were telling me different things. I'd go back and talk to her. The more I talked to her, the more she told me about violence within the house.
So would it be fair to say that she tried to minimize,
Yes, ma'am.
but then you were able to gather more information
Yes, ma'am.
as the night went on?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ascertain whether or not the defendant carried a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of gun?
her and Islam both said he carried one. I'm thinking it was a 9mm. So Islam was the first one that told me he carried a gun, and he did not tell me the caliber. He told me, Islam had actually, when I had them waiting in the lobby till I was through talking with different people, Islam got impatient, came back there to my office, walking down the hallways, which is normally an area where people don't walk.
Hey, Detective Henning, did you talk to Patricia? And did she tell you if he carried a gun and what the caliber was? What kind of gun?
She did tell me that he carried a gun. I don't recall that she specifically told me the caliber of the gun, and
Detective Henning, you wrote several supplements in this case. is that
many,
right?
yes,
Does that supplement reference your conversation with Patricia?
yes,
Does it reference your conversation about learning the dynamics of the...
yes.
Does it reference anything about you asking her about a gun in that supplement? I might have given you the wrong one.
Can you go on to some other point, Ron? You could look at that 10 minutes.
He's refreshing his memory. That's awesome. Thank you.
At some point, Detective Henning, did you ask Islam and Patricia to ID the voice on the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did they ID?
Sarah.
Okay. information from Patricia about what was going on in the household. Did you learn of her ever filing a protective order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember the date?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us when, let's go back to the Urban Police Department. So you were talking to this woman, Patricia. Let's say, how long were they there with you?
Probably at least 2 hours.
2 hours? Do anybody else?
During that time, no.
Were you ever notified that there were two boyfriends in the lobby?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were their names?
Edgar and Edgar's one of them.
Does Edgar sound
Edgar Ruiz and Eric Panamino.
Okay.
Panino.
Did you go down and personally interview them?
No, ma'am.
Did someone from Urban PD do that?
Yes.
Was it at your direction?
Yes, ma'am.
And who interviewed Eric Panamino and Edgar Ruiz?
Investigator John Shingle.
Were you given information by Investigator Shingle, their contact information, ways to follow up with them?
Yes, ma'am.
You were? Okay. Did you make contact with Edgar and Eric at any point that night?
No, ma'am.
So you interviewed Islam, you interviewed Patricia, call to Mr. Al-Hassan, Mr. Tafal. What else do you do?
Most of the time spent with Mom and Patricia, talking with people that came in and out. There was an officer that brought them to the station. I talked with him briefly before talking to them. Various people coming and talking to me, telling me different things.
Okay. As part of your part in the investigation, I know that Detective Johnson is in the search warrant and working. What else did you do to aid in this investigation?
That night, I believe that was about all. But then later, as it went on, if Randall went to do an interview or something like that, I would go with him on that. I would field phone calls from various people, getting their information from them.
Okay, so you would go with Detective Johnson and assist him in interviewing anyone, and you also would follow up on leads?
Follow up on what?
Leads?
Yes, ma'am.
After an arrest warrant was obtained and a search warrant was executed to get into the car, did the focus then of the investigation shift to locating the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he was in the wind, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any leads on where he could be found?
No, ma'am.
Did you receive any assistance from local agencies on where to find him?
We talked to Louisville. We had them. Well, that's how we first picked up Patricia. Then we sent them to a house because that was where the phone was registered to, belonging to Sarah. And then, so yes, we contacted a lot of different agencies to help us.
So Louisville assisted you, okay? At any point, did you get any help from the FBI?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did that start?
That didn't start till sometime later. We initially had help with Secret Service, helping us with doing some things with the telephones. The FBI, we didn't initially bring them into it. We brought them in later.
And why was that?
Because we believe he had fled the country. The FBI has more resources and manpower than we did to handle things that are outside of our city.
So at that point, you didn't know where he was, and so you said, we need to reach out to the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Hanning, the supplement in front of you, is it supplement 30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you direct your attention to page 4? me ask you a question that I asked you earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find out from Patricia if the defendant, Yaser, said he carried a gun?
Can you give me a
At
clue?
the top of page 4.
Top.
Supplement 30.
Black 9mm pistol
Where?
in his cab.
So Patricia told you that Yaser carried a black 9mm pistol in his cab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Back to the FBI assisting your investigation. Do you know when they came or when they joined with Irving PD?
I believe it wouldn't until a few months later, I believe. I think they had originally called us fairly early, and Randall, I think, said at that time we didn't really think we needed their help. I think that we were still thinking we might be able to find them on our own.
Okay, so they offered to help in Irving PD. You thought that maybe you could handle it on your own.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get them to assist? Do you recall the date?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you believe it was that same year in 2008?
Yes, probably 4 to 6 months later, I think.
Okay. And what was their role at that time?
So in order for them to get involved, we had to believe that he had fled after the offense, which we did, and then they had to get information from us to put together so they could get their own warrant for him. I think they call it unlawful flight to avoid prosecution is the warrant that they got.
A red warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you gave them that information, were they able to obtain their warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what was their role? Just listen to tips, or did it expand past that?
Oh, it went past that. I continued to have to provide more information for them, and eventually got him added to the top 10 list, FBI's most wanted.
And do you remember when you got him on that top 10?
No, I don't remember the exact date, no.
So, yeah, FBI top 10 most wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2014 sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
Who put him on that top 10 list? Do you remember the agent that you're working with?
Lori Gibbs.
Lori Gibbs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Henning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state exhibit number 63. Are you familiar with this bulletin?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this look like the top 10
Yes, ma'am.
wanted most fugitive list?
Yes, ma'am.
That the FBI put together, Lori Gibbs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers state exhibit number 63.
State Exhibit 63 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Publish it first. Now, at some point when you're talking to Agent Gibbs and she's putting this together, was there ever any discussion where there was a mistake on the website?
Objection to hearsay.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, once again, this is part of his investigation and does not go to the truth of the matter asserted.
Rephrase your question. Defense objection is sustained. Rephrase your question.
Was there a mistake on the FBI's website?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that mistake?
Lori Gibbs, when she first told me that she had put it on the website when she was telling me this, she said that she had listed it as a honor killing. And that's something that we had not, that was incorrect.
Urban PD rejected that,
Right. So she said she would have it removed.
and she removed it.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us a little bit how these tips work. You've now moved on from, I don't want to say moved on, but the focus is now on finding FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, Yaser. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so arrest warrants filed, capital murder case, you have a suspect, defendant Yaser, you're now looking for the body.
Right, but before it even got put on the top 10, we had put it on America's Most Wanted, and the FBI helped us out with that also. They had a command center that they had set up to field phone calls from that, and actually I went to where they showed it, and we were there that night and answering there in case a phone call came in that sounded something urgent. So me and the FBI were there so we could send people to follow up on those leads.
Okay, so you are, or are you fielding a lot of tips?
Yes,
Okay, how many? Give me an idea.
hundreds and hundreds.
Every week?
At first, there was hundreds probably the first couple of weeks, and then as time went on, it would die down a little bit, and then sometimes they would, either America's Most Wanted or some other agency would put something back out there in the news again, and they would wrap up again, and then they'd slow back down.
Okay. So I'm sure you're getting local tips, and then you're getting tips from everywhere.
Yes.
Are you in charge of a specific area, and the FBI is also fielding tips in a specific area?
Yes.
Tell us how that works.
So me and the FBI discussed it, and it was decided that I would handle anything in my area, the DFW area basically, and they would handle anything that was outside of that.
Was that your primary job at that time?
On this case, yes. So I mean, I had other cases I was working on at the same time then,
On
but
this
yes.
case.
On this case, that was the primary thing on that, yes.
And every tip that you got, did you need to follow up?
A lot of tips did not need follow-up on, but each tip I would read and try to determine. Sometimes I have to make a phone call, and from the phone call I could decide, or I'd have to evaluate it on what information I could obtain.
So some type of action had to be done?
Yes.
And you had to read each tip?
Yes, ma'am.
Did this take up a substantial part of your time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, some part during your time with the case, which I don't think we'd make this clear for the record, Detective Manning, how long did you have the case?
Till I retired in August of 2016.
Okay, so you were assigned to assist Detective Johnson January of 2008,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had it until August of 2008.
No, I had it until
Until
August of 2016.
Okay, so 8 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, Johnson retired, so then did you become the primary
Yes, ma'am.
on the case?
He retired in May of 2008.
So very soon it became your case,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And in addition to fielding these tips, did you also get calls just from concerned citizens?
Yes, ma'am.
did you get calls from the family members of our victims, Amina Saeed and Patricia Saeed?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, Amina Saeed and Sarah Saeed, excuse me.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
in reference to Patricia Saeed? Any of
Yes,
these
ma'am.
calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what were these calls asking you to do?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Other than Yaser Saeed, the defendant, was there any other possible suspect that you were looking into in this case?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time to wait for the date. Remember all the instructions that I've given you, they still apply. Let's be back here at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you very much.
All right.